Hello, and welcome to our Thursday evening workshop. While we are here at the workshop, we are certainly, as today is the marks the 6th month since the October 25th shooting, we're certainly thinking about the families of the victims and the survivors. And I also want to recognize and acknowledge the work that the Maine Resiliency Center is doing in helping to heal our community. Thank you very much. Director Roy. Yes, Councillor Glant, did you have something?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to propose that tonight we get through all the other items and we come back next Tuesday to discuss the 80%, 8%, 8 to 12%, so we have numbers to deal with and we can figure out if we have to go up and down. I don't think it's enough time tonight, and at the end of the evening, those are two critical items that I think we need to have clear, conscious minds, and I'm curious how the rest of the council feels.
I support that.
So we can plan for a meeting next Tuesday, 6 o'clock. That work for you?
Yeah, no, I definitely think we'll be here next Tuesday, and I'd like to get as much done as we can tonight,
Yeah,
though.
so I just want to, we can work on that situation.
Yeah.
Give you a little time on the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glant. Director Roy, where are we?
So tonight, you requested that we go over new programs and services. These are the items that we went over at every single department's budget. So I don't know if you want to go line item or if you want to go and vote for like two of your top ones that you guys want to discuss.
And just to be clear, none of these items are currently in the budget.
Correct. So you would be adding, therefore, you would be going over the percentage. If you use the 90%, you're at $32.81. So you're already at 81 cents over the amount that you wanted to be at. So to get down to 32 cents, if using the 90% state revenue sharing, you would still need to cut $1.8 million.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that?
So if we use the 90% state revenue sharing,
Right.
currently where we're at, we would be at $32.81. The consensus the other night was that you guys wanted to be at 32. There was about, I believe, 3 or 4 of you. So in order to get down to $32, you would have to cut an additional $1.8 million.
And not approve any of these new programs or services.
That is your decision, but I'm just saying, just to be aware that we're already at the point where you have to cut $1.8 million if you want to stay at that $32 mark.
Okay, thank you, Director. Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. So most of the, or nearly all of the items on the new program list would not be eligible for fund balance. It would just be things like...
There is one if if Craig has heard, if it is a one-time only, the software for Public Works, the parking management service software, if that is a one-time purchase, that could be used for fund balance. I don't know if he's heard from...
Director Gagne just told me that it's 70 to stand it up and then 30 a year for the licensing and maintenance.
So to purchase it, it's $70,000. So we could do the $70,000 on fund balance if you decide that, but we can't do the $30,000 because that's the maintenance. The second item is the community sports equipment. That could be done because that is a one-time purchase of $12,200. But looking at everything else, it is employees.
Okay.
And the trash receptacles is a one-time, but I know that was put on hold, so.
We have the body cameras for planning and code.
Correct. You could do that if you want, but going forward after that would be maintenance.
Right, okay. Thank you, Director Roy. Anything else, Councilor Harriman?
No, all set. Thank you.
Councilor Najin?
I just want to check really quickly to make sure. I know that new programs can't be covered by available funds in the pool for unfilled positions, but I'm wondering if any other positions could be moved around in order to create opportunity for some of this?
We'd have to look at all of the line items in everybody's budget and see if there is any additional one-time that we might have missed when we went through, but I don't believe it would be enough to pay for a position.
Okay. And personally, I would prefer to go through line by line, but.
Anything else, Counselor? Right. Counselor Chittum?
Thank you. I'd like to propose somewhat radically that we do not fund any new programs. We start from that base and work on this, the seven of us up here work to add programs in. So scratch everything and then pick those programs that we feel are most important to put in under new programs. Start from a base of 0 and work up rather than start from a base of 2.2 million and work down.
Thoughts from other counselors? Counselor Najin?
So you're talking like ideologically, correct? Like, not that we won't hear from each of the folks that came out tonight to talk about the programming that they're looking for?
Right. If we decide, for example, that we want to examine planning technician under planning and code enforcement, we would bring that up and discuss that. But at this point, my proposal would be that none of these be included and that each one be looked at individually to add rather than trying to, I think it's going to be easier for us to say, let's put that one in. If we do a blanket rejection or a blanket denial of all new programs, it will be easier to add them in than it will be to say, no, we don't think that another police officer at $110,000 is a good idea. So the proposal is take everything off the table and then one by one put them back on as we feel the need to.
Thank you, Counselor Chittum. Director Roy, just for the public's clarification, none of these items on page 18 are actually in the budget at this very moment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so I realize that there's, Director Roy has conveniently added the total for us here at the bottom, but in fact, none of these are in the budget, and if we wanted one of these, we would, in fact, yes, have to add it. Counselor Glant?
Thank you, Mayor, so you started with, we got to cut 1.8. So everything we add adds to the 1.8, and then we get to go back and try to subtract whatever we need to get down to the 33. That's my understanding.
Correct, if you want to stay at that $32 mark.
$32 mark. So my question would be is, can we just go line by line and like under administrator, do we all want administrator, A and A, and then cross out the ones we don't, doing the same thing? I don't know if everybody's jumped around like you have, and I know I have, and picked the ones they want. So if we went one by one real quickly, we could probably eliminate them if we went one by one. Do we want the administrator, yes or no? No, and just end up with a list on the bottom of things we think we want to keep, and then discuss with the people out on the floor what these positions are. Because I know we all have different thoughts of what each position is or what we want. That's another idea.
I appreciate that, Counselor Gallant. It's my recommendation to the council that, yes, we kind of go through these one by one. We have staff here to answer questions. And while, at first glance, it might be that we don't need position X, sometimes position X will help us further along the goals of the city. And so I suggest we just start at the top and move down from there. Do we have Director Morris available? Yes. Yes. If you can come up so we can discuss the communications manager. Councilor Najin.
There were two different proposals on the table, and I think we should have a thumbs up or thumbs down to decide whether we're going through line by line or not.
Most of us wanted to go through line by line, or how does the council feel?
I would be comfortable with line by line, but I think we should allow folks to.
Are we? Okay, all right. Thank you, Councilor Najin. Director Morris. If you could, I guess, provide a rationale for communications manager.
So the communications manager position would be, actually, it's marketing and communications manager. So as you know, in the city of Lewiston, we have about 11 different departments, and each of them has several unique and constant communication needs. So for example, Public Works, you know, obviously there's the winter parking ban, and then the brush cleanup. So there are various events and activities that need to be communicated. With an additional person on our staff, that person will be able to help us reach out to the community at large, more than just doing a newspaper article. So it would be social media. We're looking to expand ways to communicate to residents. So from posters to, I hope, postcards, eventually out to the public. So those kind of communication tools need to be created from the point of the person could help with graphics, to social media posting, to also helping us monitor the success of the communication outreach. And then when it comes to marketing, the marketing events would be helping us put the events together. So everything from staging the event to bringing the event to life and making the event happen. So it's a bifurcated role that the person will be able to help our small team of Dottie and me to help get the word out and the events out the door.
Thank you. Councillor Longchamps.
First, thank you for all that you do for advertising and stuff. Do you think at this time, though, it's critical to have that third person, or could we wait?
Of course, I'm going to say it's critical. I say it's critical because of the fact that we are the second largest city in the city of Lewiston. And prior to my arrival last year, 2 years ago, we had Dottie, and she does do a great job, and she's still here helping us do a great job. The issue is that things have changed in terms of reaching out to the community to let folks know what we do. And what always bothers me is that there's a tremendous amount of work that every department does. And I want taxpayers to realize and know the work that finance, LPW, everyone, what we all do, because it's important for them to know.
And at this time, it's just something that you or Dottie, you just don't have time to do those things? Or?
No, it's not necessarily that we don't have the time. It's with someone on our staff to help us reach and handle those other departments. So there's other activities that we end up missing or we can't do simply because of the lack of a body. So for today's example, for a really good example, I'm obviously here, but I could or should also be at the event taking place at Smart Payne Park, helping to represent the city, making sure that event goes flawless, posting, making sure that the media knows what they're gonna, what they're supposed to do, who they're supposed to interview, all that stuff.
Thank you.
Councillor Najin.
I've got a couple of questions about, we had just hired a community coordinator.
Yes.
And was that a new position or a position that was getting refilled?
I can answer that.
Okay.
Councilor. That was actually a renaming of administrative assistant.
Okay.
So that position is going to try to help out, but that person works with myself, and if we had a city administrator, answer the phones when people come into City Hall, come into city administration. So it's really a rebranding. We were looking to try to expand the role a little bit just because of the needs. Dottie also provides a lot of administrative work for the mayor, for the city council. She mans a lot of the public health committee. So she's pulled in a lot of directions. So it's really Angie and then Dottie half the time. So my thoughts were when it's not a new position, I just renamed it. To try to help out with the communications. That person will take in the paperwork when they're having events to get the paperwork in front of you folks for outdoor entertainment permits, things along those nature. But really, it's more of an administrative assistant position with a hint of going out into the community to try to assist Angie with these events that are going on.
That creates a great segue for the second question, actually. So as the acting city administrator, there's no deputy administrator. And so the question is, with this position, does that support you at all?
This new communications and marketing, no, that would be reporting to Angie.
Reporting to Angie, okay. And then on the same level, there's been a lot of communication from certain segments of the public about how we communicate and who we're communicating to. And so one of the things I would point out, regardless of whether or not we appoint or we decide to fill this position, is that possibly crowdsourcing some of the information concerning the way people want to be communicated with. Not everybody signs up for Civic Plus, for instance. Not
For
everybody's
sure.
on Facebook. There's been a lot of complaints about not getting postcards or
Yep.
or letters in the mail when the assessing is going on. And I don't know how hard that is to coordinate, but I think it's important to mention. And so, you know, I look at it more like, people keep referring to it as a marketing position, but I look at it more as like a comms policy and
Yes.
information sharing for the 11 city departments. For instance, Lewiston Public Library, you can now renew your card online. And, you know, that'd be, I think, information that people would want to know. LPL probably has put it in their mailer, but
They have. They probably have. Joey and his team are excellent at that. So we would support Joey's team to make sure that word gets out, because as you well know, it's not just one way that someone communicates. Certainly, social media is huge, and even when it comes to social media, the person that will be working with the administrator and me would help us venture out into an app that our immigrant community uses a lot. So it's the WhatsApp, and that's how their preference in communicating. And even when it comes to the general population of how we communicate with them. So for example, to put together a postcard for the assessment, which there are a number of things that we can do to put that postcard together. That does require graphic design. That requires putting in the content in enough space that can fit a mailer that's going to be cost effective. Then you have to have it in language. Take that information, put it into QR. It's all very doable. And Dottie and I do as much as we possibly can. It's just with this third person, or this third person on board, he or she would be able to help with the assessment while I can focus on LPW or crisis communications situation that might pop up.
thank you.
Councilor Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's say, could you do with somebody part-time?
I would take anyone. So yes,
Okay.
it would be helpful.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Just wanted to add for the public's benefit that this is listed as $93,675, but the salary, in fact, is $58,890.
Correct.
And then that the ongoing cost after the first year would be a little under $90,000 because of some one-time equipment and things, just so everybody
Thank you.
knows.
Yes.
Councilor Sol.
So I love the idea of this position. I really think it is important. I just don't love the amount that we already have to look at. That, in looking at this list, I kind of wish that this position was on a different budget. I do like the idea of part-time, that I could possibly see. I'd love to give you this position. I'm just not so sure it's, makes sense right now.
Yes, so this amount is about the going rate, if you will, for about a person who's recently graduated in a communications degree with some experience.
I don't doubt
But-
that they're worth
Yeah.
the salary. It's the big picture
Understood.
of adding it to the 1.9. That's, yeah.
Understood.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. To piggyback on what Councilor Harriman said, yes, there are some one-time startup costs, but don't forget that there are also annual salary increases that will chew up that. This is proposed to be a permanent addition to the staff. I like hiring people less than I dislike hiring people less than I dislike firing them, because we don't have the funds for it. So I would like to point out that this, in round numbers, $100,000 worth of added cost represents about $15 in the incremental tax bill to the average homeowner in Lewiston. So every homeowner in Lewiston would see a $15 increase, and Director Roy, if you could check me on those numbers with your lightning fast computer, but I think that's about right. So every one of these positions costs each taxpayer $15 increased taxes. To piggyback on what Councilor Soul said, yes, I think these are all worthy costs, worthy programs, but I am very concerned about the added cost to the city, particularly when they add to the payroll, which means not only are we looking at an increase this year, but we're looking at increases every year on out until we finally say we can't do this anymore, and then we let people go, and that's the least favorite thing to do. Thank you.
Director Roy, I was under the impression that an increase of a penny represents $22,000 worth of budget, or?
Correct.
Yes, okay. Could you quickly figure out what this position would cost, given that?
Yes.
Of course,
I'm up here without a calculator.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Chittum, yes.
Of course, the penny that you're talking about is on the mill rate. Looking at an average residential value of $300,000 for a home, that translates into real dollars for the taxpayer. A penny on the mill rate doesn't make sense to a lot of people, but when you say, yeah, your tax bill is going up $15 this year because of this one position, that hits closer to home, I think.
So just to give you an idea, if we were to do the $32 increase, for a home of $100,000, they would see an additional $200 a year, which would be $16.67 a month. For a home of $250,000, they would see $500, which would be an additional $41.67 a month. And for a home of $300,000, they would see an additional $600, which would be $50 a month. That's around the idea. That amount would equal up to, if we were doing $32 would be $188 additional.
Councilor Chittum, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Director Roy. Let's forget that a number of senior citizens in Lewiston have had the benefit last year of having their taxes frozen. That benefit has disappeared this year, so there's, with no change at all, with maintaining a $30 mill rate, they are going to see an increase in their taxes. There are 1,601 people who have taken advantage of that program in Lewiston last year. They are automatically going to see in their minds a tax increase because that program has disappeared. The other point I wanted to make has escaped my mind. I'm sorry.
Do you have any other questions for Director Morris about this position? Yeah, marketing is not extra. Really appreciate the hard work that you've put into this position. Thanks to you, we've had a lot of earned media that we've never really had before, so I deeply appreciate that. And Dottie, if you're watching, we love you.
Oh, sorry.
Councilor Glant, yes.
So we're going to thumbs up and down on this position right now?
Yeah, I was just about to do that.
I just want to make sure, thank you.
Yeah, so councilors, how are we feeling about this position? Okay. Do we have Director Terrio here?
She is not here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank God for you, Administrator O'Malley.
She did speak briefly, I've got it briefly in front of you folks earlier. She did give me some notes. I just want to let you know that we have 349 full-time employees, 96 part-time, for a total of 445 employees. We have her and one other individual. I asked her to check other area municipalities in terms of their HR departments. Auburn has 3, with over 300 full and part-time. South Portland has 5 with 320, and Benefit has 4 for 230. The HR department was cut, I want to say 10 to 12 years ago, where they used to have 3. This would be a benefits training specialist that would work with the employees and handling third-party vendors. She was unable to make it tonight. She was here the other night. She was here for about 4.5 hours, but she wasn't able to make it tonight. And just, I know you've heard some stories from the different department heads, so maybe, and this is just a suggestion, you folks do what you want. Do we do a thumbs up, a thumb down if you want to hear more from it? Because I don't really want to drag everybody up here to kind of tell you the same thing they've already said. If you have some interest in it, maybe it'd be worthwhile then to have them come up if we still want to hear from them, but that would be your call if that's what you folks would like to do. If we go through the list, and if you're really not going to do communications manager or the body cam, I just don't want to have everybody come up and talk, and then you feel bad that you're saying no to them, but in reality, you have to say no to people, which is a hard part of your job.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. I mean, we said, right now, no to the communications manager, but this is not a reflection on the value of this department or the work that the current team is already doing. I think, I would advise the council that, if people are here and we have questions, I think it's okay to get feedback from, I mean, you mentioned the body cameras as an example. How do we know we want them or don't want them until we've heard from staff?
Well, I think we've already had a presentation on it, was my
Yes.
point.
Yeah,
in front of you
okay, the
folks,
body
but-
cameras,
And my feelings
yes.
won't be hurt. You can do a thumbs up, a thumbs down on the benefits and training specialist, and we'll move on to the next one.
Okay. I had a question. So did Director Terrio feel that this would help with staff retention?
She did. She told me that they did 132 onboarding new hires in 2023, which takes up a lot of their time, and then they have folks that, come in with questions with insurance when people are injured. There's a lot of work, administrative work that they do that is difficult for them to do. She ends up doing a lot of that as opposed to actually having the time to sit down with our employees who sometimes feel neglected when they first come on because there's so much that you're trying to do paperwork-wise, training videos, 132 people for 2 people is a lot, just for new hires, never mind people who retire or who resign from their positions as well.
Right. Further questions for Minister O'Malley about this position? I guess how is the council feeling about this position? I think we're okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, would you
Councilor
announce,
Tripp.
please? I think that was 5-2 in favor of the position. I'm not.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting that for right now. And Director Roy, you were just mentioning that the software purchase could possibly move to fund balance?
Correct, because it's a one-time purchase, but then the maintenance for the 30,000 every year would be put into the MIS budget next year.
Right, okay. Councilor Harriman?
Could I suggest that we, as we get to items that are eligible for fund balance, that we maybe just bump them to the bottom of the list, and then we can continue evaluating the new positions, if that's all right with everyone?
I'm fine with that. We'll put a star next to this. And the parking management services, is that the 30,000 you were talking about?
That's for the parking garage. That's a different item.
Okay. And what does that mean, parking management services? Director Gagne.
Good evening. I'll ask Louis to come up to correct me if I'm wrong, but we had a study. It was looked at. We've got old technology in our on-street parking with our parking meters. Those are end of life. There's a lot of different concepts that's been discussed in several workshops with this council about how to better change parking and parking ideas. Our parking garages and utilization of that. How do we tie those systems together and maybe have a digital app to be able to pay for for parking. So people can know they want to come to Lewiston, we want to make this a destination. Where's open parking? Where's the cheap parking? Are they willing to walk? Do they need to get close? Where's the temporary parking? Right now, we have no digital platform. So this software really is to look at this. This study is actually looking to take those things into consideration and help develop a plan on how we move ahead, as well as ultimately manage our parking to maybe have somebody contract out and take over some of our parking garages in the future.
Okay, just to be clear, this 30,000 is for a study to evaluate all of that.
Correct.
That could be a fund balance item? Director Roy?
Is that what it is, Liz? Okay. Because my understanding was, I thought it was this actual service, somebody taking it over. So if it's a study of one time only, it can be fund balance.
Okay, well, we'll just put a star next to that and bring you back here when we talk about those items. Thank you. Do we have the chief here? Councilor Harriman.
I just wanted to, were we going to do perhaps, as Councilor Gallant and Administrator O'Malley suggested, to sort of go through, and if we had questions, we'd call up staff? And then if we don't, if we don't have any questions or we don't have the idea of funding that position, that we would just skip over it?
I mean, it's hard for me to envision a scenario where we don't have questions for our department head, and I would recommend to the council that we allow at least a couple minutes for the department head to kind of explain what these positions would do. I mean, we certainly understand what police officers do, but why they are needed and in what department would they be in, and et cetera, et cetera. I think that is reasonable.
Sure. So as most of you know, for the last 2 budget cycles, we've had 2 officers, full complement was 85. 2 officers have been frozen for the last 2 budget cycles. What I'd like to do is ask that we unfreeze those 2 positions and add another 3 to make it a full complement of officers at 88 rather than 85. Excuse me. There's a number of reasons for this request. Our officers today, knowing that Lewiston's a growing community and full complement has been 85 for many, many years, our duties and responsibilities of officers have changed dramatically. More time is necessary for investigative paperwork. More time is needed for such things as weapon restriction orders, video review, downloads, all effectively taking officers off the streets on a regular basis. For example, if an officer arrests somebody for OUI, operating under the influence of alcohol or drugs, that effectively takes that officer off the street for up to 6-7 hours. And now we're down to, if we're at 7, we're down to 6 that night. Another officer has to do a weapons restriction, a yellow flag or something, that's going to take that person off the street for probably 8 or 9 hours, because it's a very complex thing. Everything today is much more complex than it used to be years ago. For example, when I started out as a young officer, you'd be able to stop somebody operating without a license. You could just write it on the back in your own handwriting. The person had no license, and that was it. You didn't pass it in. Now you got to download every video that it involved, your body camera video, your cruiser video. If you had an OUI, every, the intox video at the county jail, everything. There's just so many more components. So in addition to obviously the paperwork and getting officers off the street, having more officers certainly reduces the need for forced overtime or overtime. Getting back to full complement would allow us to do more of the things that you as the council and the constituents are asking for. Foot beats, walking patrols. We do a tremendous amount of those already, but we're overtaxing the officers. The officers are, literally answering call to call to call. So when you ask, what can we do? For instance, Councilor Chittum, you asked the other day about the speed enforcement in schools, that takes an officer away from answering call to call if he's doing that. And not to say that it's not important, because everything's very important. We do so many important things, but if you have more officers, you can get more done. We can dedicate an officer to a foot patrol, which we're doing now as much as we possibly can, but can't always guarantee you're going to see somebody walking down Lisbon Street or walking down Walnut Street or Howe Street or wherever. For officer wellness, I actually feel bad for my staff. I listen to the radio to a fault. I'm not a scanner guy, but I'm in my cruiser enough, or sometimes even listening to the portable or just monitoring the calls. And I actually feel bad for them, and we have to Band-Aid fix a lot that should get a little bit better attention. These investigations take a long time today, more so than they used to take years ago. And there's much more expectation of our police officers than there used to be. We're criticized whether we did too much or didn't do enough. Usually it's that we didn't do enough, but it's because most of the time we don't have the time to do enough or the resources. Keep in mind that every time that there's 7 officers on one shift, which is the particular number that we try not to go under, each one of those officers is entitled by contract to a 15-minute break before lunch, a half-hour lunch break, and another 15-minute break. So when those officers are all on their breaks, which they take turns, it takes them off the street. When they're doing paperwork, they're sitting in there typing away. They're not on the street stopping a car. They're not witnessing a crime. They're not doing a foot patrol. So these are some of the reasons that I'm asking for this. We have different officers assigned to different things like ATF. We have a task force agent for that. What I'm looking to do is also to perhaps get somebody into a HSI position. Homeland Security has asked us for a task force agent. I think Auburn has one that's dedicated to that, and they'd like to have another one. HSI does a lot of sex trafficking investigations and things like that. So we don't have anybody really dedicated to that. They also do, the sex trafficking, child exploitation, computer crimes, and the like. So that's, in short, why I'm asking for more officers.
How many officers do we have, like, right this second?
I'm not sure how many's working today, but
I meant, sorry, hired.
Oh, right now we have 82 officers. We just hired an 82nd one.
Okay.
But realizing also we have one officer that we have to hold their job. They're in the military. They haven't been here for well over a year, but we're still holding their job and their benefits.
That's included in 82?
Correct.
But, so it's 81 right now because
Right.
that officer, okay. And then how many open positions do you have right now that you could fill?
I'd only have one because 2 are currently frozen.
Okay, so you could add an 83rd officer if, right this second?
Right.
Okay. And then, I realize this might be hard to quantify tonight, but you mentioned that with these positions, there might be less overtime.
Yeah, historically, obviously, if we have full staffing, the overtime typically goes down. A couple of years ago when I took over as chief, our staffing wasn't the best. It's gotten a lot better. Not to no fault of...
We were down 11 when I left, and you were down 14, so.
Yeah, right. So we've
Gentlemen, please.
We've done a lot on working to retain officers and attract officers. Our pay is better than many other departments, which has brought us so many good applicants. And I don't remember where I was going with that. Kind of like Councilor Chittum, I forgot.
Where I was going with that was theoretically, the cost for these 3 positions might be less than the cost on paper if it saves on overtime.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Right. We've seen actually a pretty decent, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, perhaps Director Roy has them, but our overtime is down significantly from last year and the year before due to our manning.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Herman.
Thank you. So I had asked you previously about if you got 5 new officers, if you could, if they would be able to take over some of the security and patrolling of our public buildings and public facilities that we're currently paying. We're paying outside firms to do, and then the library is also asking for security. That would be another expense. And I'm wondering if there are other things that could be taken off your plate besides security of buildings and patrolling of public facilities that could, you mentioned all the things that your officers have to do that are, increased from previous years. And I wonder if there are other particular classes of calls that could be shifted to a different team that it would be another person to hire, but someone who maybe doesn't cost as much or could save some more time in your department? Just given what you had said about the security, how you didn't feel like you could.
So
take
we train an officer in every different aspects, drug detection, OUI, the gamut, 18 weeks of training at the police academy, and then 3 full months, 18, I think it's 18 weeks again as a field training officer. So we teach these officers a lot. I don't think that we could say, okay, well, when you graduate from the academy, you're going to be the library monitor. I hate to put all of that much money into training and training somebody very well to, take care of de minimis trespass complaints or disorderly conduct complaints. I mean, I think certainly if we have many more officers, or a couple more officers for that matter, I can dedicate patrols on a regular basis or a more regular basis. I can't see that I would replace the library's security or assign an officer to merely patrol our 5 parking garages. To me, that's not prudent use of the training that we train these officers. I can tell you that our calls for service at the library have decreased considerably since we hired the security person at the library, so that's been effective for reducing the calls for service that police have to deal with, so they can now deal with the more important calls that they're dealing with.
Thank you, and I guess if, so I know a lot of the complaints that I hear are for those sorts of de minimis things, and I had hoped that if you had more officers that you could address those more. I just wonder if the security is something that you think that someone else could handle, if these de minimis sorts of nuisance crimes are there other calls? Are there, like, I know you respond to medical calls too, like, are there some of those that the police don't need to respond to? Just other minor complaints. If these things aren't things that are in their bailiwick, are there other things that we could shift just to get that responsibility off your plate so that your officers have more time to do other things?
I guess if you're asking if I think there's value in the security guards, I think there's tremendous value in them. We get comments from the businesses and the business leaders quite frequently. Thank you. It's very relieving to see that little yellow light flashing and the person in there. We just had a few issues with some of the staffing that we just got, but we've addressed that, and that's taken care of. But I've gotten nothing but positive comments for that. In addition to new officers, we have what's called a crime reduction unit. We often refer to it as crew. They're typically out there during the daytime hours. It's a sergeant that's partially in charge of the 2 officers that are assigned to crew, but that's only during a daytime. Now, they'll typically work, evenings from time to time just to vary it up, so people will not expect that there's not going to be anybody there from crew during the evening, but perhaps if I would have a few more officers, I'd actually like to extend that into the evening hours and have another officer or 2 assigned to handle those, because they often handle things like that. I mean, as small as smoking in across from the courthouse where they can't be smoking in Dufresne Park. They actually write a lot of tickets for that. Those are de minimis crimes. That's what people complain about. The drinking in public, the public urination, things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sol?
So, we all know we're the second largest city in Maine, and it's only growing, so I 100% will always support extra safety in the city. I just want to be clear on what the ask is. It's listed here a little differently, like it looks like there's 9, but you are asking for 3 additional officers, and then 2 to be thawed, I guess, how you put it?
Unfrozen.
Unfrozen.
So, just so you know, the 2 unfrozen are in the budget. So they are put back in the budget.
They are.
Just so that you're aware of that.
So
they are
right
in
now, it's the
police
3?
budget.
So it's the 3 that is the ask right now?
The 3 that are not.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Najin?
Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go over just a few things really quickly. One of the things that I absolutely believe is that the department is both understaffed and possibly under-equipped. And so when I think about what the majority of the complaints are in the community, Lewiston Police Department sets the tone for the city. What LPD allows the remainder of the city basically is forced to tolerate. And part of the reason for that is because you don't have enough staff to deal with these issues. The Crow, patrol, and to an extent, crew are what the city knows of our police department, other than press conferences, press releases, and Facebook posts. One of the challenges I think I see with 5 new officers, or for instance, if I would be willing to say, if we could transfer those security costs, get a 6th officer, right? But the cars is the problem. You've got shifts that start at 7, 3, and 11. You're changing cars. There's an issue that we're experiencing right now at Lewiston Middle School, where it would be fantastic to have like 2 Crow officers out there in one car together when school is getting out, or when school's starting. But again, it's when the shifts start, which is a union contract, and then also how many cars you have. And so these pieces, like, I want to support these positions, and part of it, I think, comes back to the fact that, and I'm just going to name it, like the funding that you have for seizures, right? Like, if that could go to cars, then we're going to get more police on the street. Like, if you get 5 positions, or as I propose 6, more police on the streets during those shift changes, which I think is super important. Having patrol on the streets is a big part. Having a swing car is a big part, especially on 2nd and 3rd shift and on the weekends, at least from what I've seen. And of course, I'm speaking only from my experience. So there's several assumptions I'm making that maybe are not correct. And I just want to be clear on that. Having, and again, like, we had a situation where there was a fatality on College Street, and we had a little bit of a discussion about like the framing of, or College and Sabatis, and there was a discussion about the framing of like heads up and how that would have possibly prevented that. And of course, that's not what would prevent it, but what would prevent it is if we had enforcement for aggressive panhandling, where people are actually obstructing traffic or disobeying traffic laws, pieces like that. And I know it's impossible right now for you guys to do that. You've got 7 officers on shift that they're being called to the same area, sometimes to the same calls. You don't have enough police and patrol to do the job that we need to have done for the average, person who's complaining about a lot of the nuisance crimes. And also at the same time, without having enough of the staff and the vehicles, you're running into situations where there are neighborhoods where the police don't actually regularly get there because they're pulled to these other places. And so, I just wanted to name all those pieces because I think it's super important for both the people at home to understand that, like, there's a constraint that's based on not having enough staff and patrol and not having enough equipment, and also to share that with the council, because I am 100% in favor of supporting these 5 positions. I would prefer that you use some of the drug forfeiture funds in order to equip more cars.
We can certainly buy equipment, and we can't hire a police officer with the drug forfeiture funds, however.
But what I'm saying is I think the cars and the police kind of come together, you know what I mean? So.
1 second, Councilor Longship. Just for clarification, you said the 2 positions that they are currently unfrozen and part of the total that you gave us before?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So they are frozen and put in that amount for the police officers under 4213.
Right, so
Are
we're
in
talking about
there.
adding these 3 right this second.
Correct.
Those 2 are already in.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then, can I just clarify something else?
Absolutely, please.
They do use a portion of that, if you look at that line for the 590, they do use a portion to pay a part of the vehicles. So there's $28,200 in that to pay for vehicles. So as you remember, the vehicles are with fund balance, so even if he were to purchase those vehicles under his forfeiture account, it wouldn't cover the police officers because they're covered under fund balance.
What I'm saying is that if we okay the police officers, I want the cars to come from fund balance.
Correct.
Basically what I'm saying. And I want to see a car for each police officer is really what I want to see, so that we're not running the same 7 vehicles 24 hours a day. That we have some overlap so that we can have more officers on the street at any given time, which is really what I want to see. And I think and I understand the challenges. You've got, 8,800 verbal warnings in the past quarter, right? I get that to follow up on some of those things is impossible when you don't have enough staff to do it. But there are occasions and situations where, I've seen police officers roll past people with open containers, for instance, right? And they may be going to a call. I don't know, right? I'm going to assume they're going to a call. You know what I mean? Like those types of things where, yeah, maybe you're not going to ticket, but when somebody's riding the wrong way down a one-way street on their bicycle, when somebody's getting an open container, all of these annoyances that happen constantly, you need more staff to do it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'll be frank. I mean, there's a lot of things that get overlooked. We can't get everything. We can't catch everybody for everything. And you're right. From time to time, we go to a lot of calls, not necessarily emergency calls. So just because the car's blue lights and siren aren't on, it doesn't mean they're not going to a call. The majority of the calls are not code 3 calls that you're going to. So they might be going to lunch, they might be coming into the station to make a phone call or a follow-up call, they might be heading to the hospital to do a follow-up investigation with a victim, and if they see that, they certainly don't have time to address all of that. I'm not going to give you a magic, say if we hire these 3 officers, or if you allow these 3 officers, we're going to be able to hit everything. We're still not going to be able to. We could have 25 more officers, and, obviously we'd catch more, we'd see more, we'd be seen out there more, but it's never going to be a perfect scenario that we're going to be able to address everything that comes across our plate, so to speak.
Councillor Longchamps?
Thank you. I'm definitely in support of this. I didn't, realize everything that you guys did and had to do until my daughter became a police officer. There were times where I'm like, where the heck are the police? We gotta, why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? Until she took that position. And then I just, after seeing her and hearing her, I was like, wow, I will not complain again. So just a couple of things. One, I'm in full support of this. One thing I would like to see is foot patrol more, especially in the area where a lot of the crime stuff is happening. I know when I was younger in the neighborhood, there seemed to be more, which kept us on our toes a little bit more, and I just would love to see that. Also, open containers, as Councilor Najin was saying. I would really like to see the officers address that more. I get it if they're going to a call or something, there's not much they can do, but I think if you could just, tell them to really have their antennas up a little bit more, especially coming into the warmer weather, because what happens is if you have one person out there drinking, and then another friend comes along, and then there's 4 or 5 of them out there, it just creates, more issues from what I've seen. So I would just ask that you guys would pay attention to that a little bit more and just dump it out. We all know that they either don't have the money to buy another natty daddy, let's just be honest, or they don't want to. So if they just get out and dump it, I really think that would make a big difference. The other thing I'd like to ask is you had mentioned an officer possibly, do we have an officer that works with sex trafficking now? That's what I wanted to ask.
We do not necessarily. We have a detective that does a lot of sex investigations, and they do cell phone forensics.
Yep.
So oftentimes it's for our department as well as other departments. Like if Auburn calls us and says, hey, can we utilize your services? We will allow that. We'll work with them because they pay us back in different ways. And
Right.
all our departments around here work close together. Like I work very well with Lisbon. We work very well with Auburn, the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
But we do not have anybody specifically assigned to a task force such as that. And I've been approached recently. I haven't given them any answers, but I would love to have somebody assigned to our HSI task force, because I think it'll pay some dividends and get a lot of bad people off the streets, quite frankly.
And I think for me, you know, being where I am, having a business right where I have it on Pine Street, and knowing a lot of what goes on in that area in particular, I would say it's definitely needed. And the other thing that I wanted to just share was I don't believe you guys should be doing security at the library. Personally, that's what we have like security companies for. I think, you know, there's so many other things you guys need to be addressing. And I will say there are ridiculous calls, though. I know my daughter got a call to, like, when she got there, it was like to change a light bulb or something. And that's just,
We're very service-oriented, and
Yes.
at times, we should probably limit some of the calls that
and-
we go to,
Yeah.
because they're so, I guess, the level of importance is rather low compared to what we should be,
Yeah.
or could be doing.
so I guess I'm just sharing that, you know, you guys do a lot of other things than just, yeah, I guess that was it, but I'm definitely in support of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief St. Pierre, first of all, I have to laud you and your department for all the work that you do. A lot of it is unheralded. You do an excellent job, and I appreciate your advocacy for the people and the staff under your command. There's been a lot of emotional discussion about the role of the police department. I think there always will be. It's a fraught discussion. I would like to steer away from that, if possible, and talk about the additional costs that are being incurred by the move to mill number 7, the cost of the move itself, the new furniture, the dramatic increase in rent that we've just seen, and add to that the fact that the police department is the largest single department in terms of cost. 1/6 of the municipal budget, if I'm reading this properly, is for the police department. I would be in favor of unfreezing the 2 positions, which I'm understanding has been done. They are in the budget. They are to be funded, which will increase your staffing by 2, and you've had those frozen for the past 3 years, is it?
2, I believe, to
2
my
years,
knowledge.
okay. And I would go so far as to say that I would be in favor of adding one additional police officer at the $110,000 hit to the taxpayers. Beyond that, however, I can't say that with 1/6 of the operational budget going to the police department and with all of the increased costs that are being incurred this year, I cannot support the addition of 3 police officers. That being said, I do want to commend you for the work that you do with limited resources. You've made a very good argument that these 3 officers are necessary. I'm simply saying I don't believe we can afford them. So, thank you.
Counselor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have a parking meter person?
We have one parking enforcement officer, full-time, who goes around and gives parking tickets. He does a fantastic job. He's very, he does a great job. Obviously, those still take quarters, nickels, and dimes, which I don't know anybody, including myself, that carries that, but that's a different discussion.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm in support of all 3. I think if we're talking about this being a destination area, people still feel we have a high crime area and things like that. I don't think it's as bad as it's made out to be, but it's still bad, and I would support all 3 of these new positions for you.
Thank you.
Counselor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, I was in a similar place as Counselor Chittum. I'm in support of unfreezing the 2 and possibly adding 1 more. I would like to add all 5. I just don't feel like there's enough money there. I did want to go back to the drug forfeiture funding, though, and I know we couldn't pay for, anything other than the equipment and training for a new officer out of that money, but I'm just wondering if more of the equipment that is in the budget could be taken out of that. Just thinking of, with the LCIP, we're looking at borrowing over $500,000 just for police station equipment, asking taxpayers to put up that extra money to borrow that money when we have it sitting in the bank already. And then there are also fund balance items that we could fund if we weren't funding, if we funded police items out of the drug forfeiture fund, we could fund more things from fund balance, because that can be used for anything in the city, whereas the drug forfeiture funding can be only used for the police and only for specific things. So I'm just wondering if, and I know that may not be the topic for tonight, but before we finish up, if we could have another conversation about that funding and just if we could spend a little more wisely for the equipment and things like that.
Yes, Councilor Najin.
I apologize, Chief. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that we've had several businesses downtown that have relocated based on the fact that the perceived dangers of downtown inhibit their ability to run a business, and so there's an economic development piece in there. When we look at the Crow officers in particular, and I'm not suggesting we put them in the library. We've got 85 Park Streets still available. Putting the police department so close to the river, basically in Auburn, you're creating a situation where for immediate support for the downtown businesses, like maybe there's a possibility of thinking about having the Crow officers based there. Already we have a lack of enforcement for the ordinance for the overnight sleeping that's no longer really being enforced. There's also the trespass pieces that many downtown businesses and building owners signed that people aren't being moved along. And I know it takes a lot of work. Like, I get that. That's one of the reasons why I'm suggesting possibly having the Crow officers being closer to both downtown and also to the True Street neighborhoods where they respond to. It's just a thought. These are all pieces that get brought up a lot, and so I want to make sure that you have the support to. I know you can't address all of it, but to maybe be present more in those spaces. So.
Chief, it's my understanding that officers are not deployed from the station. They're out on their beats, and
Yeah,
probably
typically
only
they're encouraged to be on their
beat.
beat more than they are in the station.
Right.
As a matter of fact, they are in the station because they have to do paperwork from time to time, or they need to go have their lunch, or they need to use the facilities, or what have you, and take a break. But they're always on their beat if they're not completing paperwork. So they are out on the road. We have had a lot of officers doing foot patrol beats. I can pull up the stats for you. I mean, our officers have been fantastic. Our supervisors have been fantastic to have these officers out there as regular as possible. I can't devote, I have one guy that I devote to a foot patrol for a full-time job, but I don't think I could do more than that as far as having a full-time responsibility of a foot patrol. But we get out there regularly, I can assure you of that. We were out there today doing all the speed enforcement too, for the schools. We were in every school zone this morning and this afternoon, so.
Excellent, thank you. Councilor Longchamps.
Can you tell me, when did we decide that we were going to move the police station?
We've been doing studies and looking at feasibility for various areas, and then at some point.
2021.
Yeah.
We had done a feasibility study, excuse me, Chief, on the police station, and the cost was so high to either rehab it or build a new one. It was $38 million 3-4 years ago, so that was when the opportunity came down there. And to a point that Councilor Najin made, Chief, I still believe you have a substation over on Bate Street, which is right across from 287 Bate Street, which I think you're familiar with, Councilor. They do have a substation, so they are out in the community, but I think what the chief is talking about is the number of calls has increased so much. When I came over here, I think we had around 46,000 calls a year. I just looked at it for 2022, they had over 51,000. So you have an increase of about 5,000 calls.
what I was gonna ask,
without an
right.
increase of officers. And we've had right around 83 officers since I started in 1990. So there's more demands and there's more calls for service that we're relying on these officers to do. And we're talking of them, some of them are 23, 24-year-olds who are going into all types of situations. So just be aware of that. I like, if we can't get all three, I think the chief will be happy to have the 2 unfrozen, 1 additional one, and I'm sure he'll be back next year trying to get another position from you.
I think that was my point, was just, we have already, it was already in the works to do the new police station. I don't think it's a good idea to base that on us needing more officers for the safety of Lewiston. So, again, I don't think it's smart to say, okay, yeah, we're spending a ton of money on a new police station that we were already planning, but our calls have tripled, or doubled. So I just urge the other counselors to put the other, make sure they get what
If
they
I may,
need
I
to
did
help
the
us.
average today of the calls for service over the last year, and it turns out to be 888.574 calls per week.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
Yeah.
calls. And if you break that down, divide it by 7, it's 126.94 calls a day. I don't know of any other department or job that handles as much as that.
I mean, in the summer, I personally, they know my name. Call you probably 5 times a week. And it is not because someone's arguing, because I can handle that. It is guns that are being shown, people beating each other up to where I can't step in. And I just really urge the counselors to put these other officers out there because we need them.
Any further questions for the chief? And I would like to remind the council, we're not, we're discussing these positions, not necessarily what we're doing with drug forfeiture money, when the police station was decided and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I know.
Councilor Najin?
I would just like to speak to Councilor Harriman's point. By cutting the budget and moving, or using the drug forfeiture funds, or asking them to use the drug forfeiture funds in order to fund regular budget pieces, there's still an equipment issue. There's overall an equipment issue. There's no doubt about that. And one of the biggest attractions for the police department right now is the pay, right? So ultimately, we've been able to pull trained officers from other communities. If we have good equipment, then we will be able to pull more officers from other communities as opposed to training officers, just in my opinion. I'm just saying, overall, I think that the funding has been not representative of the things that are needed for the department.
Councilor Roy, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, if we were to give you, the 2 are already unfrozen, and then you have the 3 extra, I'm a big fan of the outlet offices that you have, like on Beat Street, that one. Would you be able to maybe secure some other locations within the town?
That's possible. Quite frankly, we're actually going to be moving out of the Bate Street office. Chris Kilmurray called me the other day or emailed me, and they're looking to change that into a pharmacy and all kinds of other things. And then I got a follow-up saying that he'd like to still make a little bit of room for us, but I don't know if this is the place to say. The building needs a lot of help.
Okay. The other thing that I wanted to add to that is like Council Longchamps, I'm in favor of a lot more of the foot patrols because I think that builds community. That's one of the things that I really liked when my day job, when I was down on Park Street, I like to see the officers down there and talk with them, and they're mingling with a lot of people and just getting themselves out there. And I think that's really important because they're to protect and serve in community. and I think that's really big. So just wanted to.
It's also one of my priorities as well, and it is happening, just to reassure you.
Yes, Councillor Chittum.
Thank you. I suggest that we actually schedule a workshop with the chief to talk about the details of policing. We're getting pretty much off topic here. This is a budget workshop. I would also suggest that we do a thumbs up, thumb down on each of the 3 positions separately.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Anything further you'd like to say, Chief?
I'm okay, thank you.
Any further questions from councilors? And so how do we feel about the first police officer position? Okay, and then how do we feel about the second police officer position? Moving forward. And then the third. We got what, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, it looks like we're doing all 3. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Chief, yes. Karen. Took me a second.
Sorry, it's been a long day for me too.
Could you quickly go over Deputy Fire Chief and the firefighter?
Yeah, so the deputy fire chief's position is one that was lost in 2010 due to budget cuts. Prior to that, there was a chief, an assistant chief, and 3 deputy chiefs when I started working at the fire department in '96. There was some reorganization. The deputy chiefs were eliminated. Those duties were shifted to the captains, who are members of the bargaining unit. And then we had a battalion chief's position who really would oversee the fire inspectors, the fire prevention division, and coordinated the training. That position was eliminated in 2010. Since then, it's just been the fire chief and the assistant fire chief that essentially supervise 75 personnel. And there's been consequences because of that. There's things that don't get done, and there's other things that don't get done well. So this has been requested repeatedly, as far back as I can remember. Ever since it was eliminated, we've been trying to get it back. It's never going to be free. It's always going to cost money. I understand every other person in this room who has an item on this list is going to argue that their position is important, and I'm no different. I'm telling you that this is an important position. It's needed. It's a position that did exist, so it's not necessary. I don't like to refer to it as a new program. I like to refer to it as just getting back what I had. There's some things that the assistant chief and I do that kind of overlap a little bit, but neither one of us can provide the supervision and direction to the fire inspectors that they really need. So we used to have 2 when we had the battalion chief. Now we have 3 and no battalion chief, right? So it's just more people to supervise. It's more work. They do plans reviews, business license inspections. They work with code enforcement a lot. The rental registration, we do enhanced tenement inspections. That's great for the people who answer the phone and schedule inspections, but we have a lot of people who don't register for rental registration. They refuse to allow us into their building to inspect. Having this position would have that dedicated person to, work with code enforcement, work with the city attorney to enforce these regulations. I wrote a little narrative. I don't want to read it to you. It's in your package. You can read it. But I also spent a lot of my time working with the county EMA director on emergency management preparedness grants, which, if I had this position, it would free up some of my time to do more of that. I would like to see this deputy chief in charge of fire prevention to also take on some emergency management coordinator duties, I should say. So that person could work more closely with the county EMA director for emergency preparedness. Recently, with our natural disasters, the county EMA director's emailing all the department heads, and it's like a free-for-all, every department. I mean, Public Works has a lot of storm damage, they're coordinating. If we had, a person, a city employee who could coordinate all of that, it would help us a lot. I think it would bring in more grant money to the city as well. Every year that I've been chief, I've authored the Homeland Security Grant, and and last year it was a competitive process, and we got the largest award that I can remember, $196,000. So I would like to continue to do that, and there's other grants that I have authored and been awarded, but that's time consuming. And when I have to spend my time, supervising the fire inspectors or the daily operation, because the assistant chief is busy with the fire inspectors or working with, economic and community development on a project or code enforcement, it takes my time away from that. Those are time consuming duties. So I am passionately advocating for this position. I would be glad to answer any of your questions, but I don't really know what more I can say. Every person in this room is going to tell you that the position they're advocating for or requesting is desperately needed, and I'm saying the same thing.
Thank you, Chief.
Well, one more point if I could make.
Please.
So I know that number looks very high for this position, but that includes a vehicle, which could possibly come from fund balance.
And then, could you quickly explain the need for, would this be a new firefighter position?
Yes. So we have permanently assigned firefighters, and then we have a pool of replacement firefighters. The pool of replacement firefighters are people who are assigned to shifts. They're full-time firefighters, but they don't have a permanent assignment. So if I have vacancies, sick leave, training, family medical leave, whatever it might be, vacation, that firefighter will call the duty captain at like 6 a.m. and say, what truck am I reporting to today? So that position saves overtime. I did the math, if it's not really a one-for-one, because if I'm paying someone overtime, I'm not buying them gear, I'm not paying workers' comp, I'm not paying all those fringe costs, right? So it's not a one-for-one. But there is, if that replacement firefighter is utilized 75% of the time, it will break even. So, and it also gives me the advantage of having a trained firefighter when a permanent position opens up. So right now, we just had 2 people resign. I had 2 replacements. They're being transferred next week into permanent assignments. I'll have no replacement personnel. I'm budgeted for 3 currently, so I'm gonna hire 3, probably in June. We're taking applications right now. If you fund this additional one, I will hire 4. The advantage of that is when the vacancies occur, I have a trained firefighter to transfer into that spot versus paying overtime or the replacement. And and I can't tell you that the total salary we pay that replacement can be deducted from the overtime account, because there'll be periods of time where that position is vacant. When I transfer that person into a permanent assignment, there'll be that position will be vacant. So, but those accounts will offset, the overtime account versus the regular salaries account. So even though that one account, I can't tell you that, we can deduct that full salary from the overtime account, but if I'm paying overtime because of a vacancy, I'm not paying regular salaries. So there is some offset in those accounts. And at the end of the year, we hope they equal out.
Director Roy, are you able to tell us how much is the vehicle out of the 196? I'm hearing from...
It's right down below. It's $40,000.
40, okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilor Roy.
So-
Councilor Roy, yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Don't
Mayor.
be- don't be sorry.
Hey, Chief. One of the things I want to say is, growing up with a firefighter father, one of the things he always used to tell me is, well, people are running out of a burning building, you guys are running in. And I'm fully in support for both of these positions. I just wanted to tell you that.
Thank you.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. So I was just looking at the sheet here for the new programs, and if you take the 40,000 off there for the vehicle, that brings it down to 156, and then it looks like there's about another $8,000 in one-time costs for equipment and gear. So the annual cost of this position would be around 148, plus increases over time. And then it also mentions in the position for the replacement firefighter, it says it would save an estimated $69,000 in overtime, which isn't, like you said, it's not quite as much as they get paid, but it's a big chunk of it. So I'm certainly in support of the additional firefighter. I'm still kind of on the fence about the deputy chief, but I will defer to others for now.
Councilor Najin?
I know this isn't what you're asking for, but I'm wondering, so the deputy fire chief, is that going to be hired from outside, or would that be somebody who would be promoted from within the organization, do you believe?
I can't tell you for sure. I know that members of the bargaining unit sometime are reluctant to put in for positions that are management positions, because watching the position be eliminated in 2010, a lot of people still remember that guy being laid off who was a firefighter. You know, so there is some reluctance for the union members to apply for management positions. They don't see the security in it. Especially, you know, especially if it's a 4-3 vote, you know, they say like, well, you know, the council wrote it, you know, next year, is it going to be 4-3 in the other direction to eliminate it? So it really is something that the city has to, you know, support. We will advertise, you know, nationally outside the organization as well, but that is what we're looking for is, it is a grade 12 management position, and you know, we're looking for a real public safety professional to manage that department.
Okay, thank you.
Further comments from the council? Councilor Chittum?
Thank you. Again, same comments I had for Chief St. Pierre. I respect and admire the work that the fire department does. I hold it in highest esteem. What I'm hearing you say is that you have a dearth or a shallowness in upper management, and you're looking to add the deputy fire chief to fill that. Laudable goals, and you've argued passionately for it. I simply am looking at the taxpayer and looking at, without any new programs, an increase in the tax base of right now over 7%. We're going to be working that down, and I think our goal is to 6.6% increase in taxes. That's weighed against a 3.5% increase in consumer price index. So we're more than doubling the increase on the taxpayer. I sympathize completely with your desire, your need, in fact, for this position, these positions. But I simply cannot condone adding more workforce, which is not only an expense this year, but it's an expense every year down the road until we can get some of our other programs and other costs under control. It's just more than the taxpayers can bear. So very reluctantly, and it's very difficult for me to say this, but I am not in favor of adding the deputy chief position. As far as the firefighter is concerned, that does make sense to me, particularly when the net cost would be essentially $30,000 or $22,000 if we avoid $69,000 in overtime in exchange for an $81,000 position. So that's my position. I come to it very reluctantly, but I'm trying to protect the purses of the folks who can oftentimes ill afford these increases. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Counselor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. Hard question. One or the other, what would you pick first?
Oh, well, hands down, the deputy fire chief, absolutely.
Right, well, as a prior volunteer fireman in a small town, I really appreciate all you do and all your team does for safety and being that first person in the door. So I was just curious out of that. I would support both positions. I feel, as with the police, these are needed items, and it's important for us to be able to take care of the safety of our citizens. I do understand the financial part, I do, but it's not going to do any good if we watch a house burn down or something happen of that nature because we don't have the right people or the right training or the right management, which sometimes is needed. So thank you.
Counselor Longchamps.
I too am in support of adding the 2 positions. And I thank you guys for your service. Although I do think it obviously is very important to watch the taxpayers' pockets, but I also think that you guys are our first responders. So for me, making sure that everything is lined up and secured, and yeah, I'm in full support of it.
Quick question here. You mentioned this firefighter would be sort of this reserve pool, so to speak, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and you currently have 3 vacant positions right now in that reserve pool.
So we're currently budgeted.
Did I understand that correctly?
So we're currently budgeted in the current fiscal year for 3 reserve personnel. Our personnel is what we call them. 2 of them are still in that position, but will be transferred due to vacancies into permanent positions.
I see.
So in another week and a half, we won't have anyone in the replacement pool. So I will be hiring 3 people because I'm budgeted for 3 people. I'm asking for a 4th. If I don't get that funding for it, I'm going to hire 3. I will still have 3 replacement personnel. You know, the deputy fire chief is not, it's a management function. He will, or she will, not really be part of, so it's not just the firefighting division and the fire prevention division. So it's the firefighting division that really is what you think of a traditional fire department and all the functions, and then the fire prevention is really, it's the public safety aspect that's not fire related. You know, it's the building inspections, it's working with code enforcement, it's the business licensing, it's working with economic development, it's that face in the community that, you know, can work with these businesses to get through. You know, people have a lot of questions, and a lot of times the fire inspectors don't really have time to, you know, I've heard this complaint from people that, you know, hey, I had a question and I was told to just submit plans. Well, you know, I'm not going to spend all this money on a set of plans if my questions are not answered favorably. So it's that, you know, that someone who can provide that direction, you know, to the department and have that vision for the group to really make it more, you keep hearing this business friendly, and it will really push it, you know, expand it to more than just doing building inspections, right? It'll be, you're going to get a lot of value for that position. I know it's a lot of money, but you're going to get your money's worth.
We're talking about the deputy fire chief.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Back to the firefighter. So you're going to have 3 vacant right now, or very soon, right? One's vacant now, and the other 2 are moving to permanent positions. Will you be able to hire and train for this fiscal year?
Not this fiscal year. I can only hire 3 because I'm not budgeted for 4.
Well, right. But if this 4th is approved, could you even hire and train this person during this next year, or since you're already doing 3?
I could hire him in June with the understanding that they wouldn't start till July 1st. We'd have there's a training period of time too. We don't just hire people and they show up, and a lot of people have to give 2 or 3 week notices of their previous employment. From the time we extend the job offer until we onboard someone is a month. There's medical testing. They have to, give notices and stuff like that. So it's not, they don't start the next day. So if we made job offers to people in June, realistically, they probably would not start till the beginning of July.
Mr. Mayor?
Right, yeah,
I think you're
Administrator
probably,
O'Malley.
you're probably confusing with the police department where they go away for 3 months. These folks already have prior training. They have firefighter 1 and 2. Then they do more on-the-job training at the fire department as opposed to going away to a
Right,
a
okay, so
fire
you would be
academy.
able to work in training for people like right away?
Yes, they could do
Yeah,
that.
yeah, we
Okay,
train,
understood.
and a lot of the people, depending on the applicant pool, a lot of people have prior certifications. There are industry certifications, much like law enforcement, they might have what they call a blue pen, they might have already been to the academy for another department, while we hire people from other departments as well who have those certifications and have training. So then, the training period for us is not as long as the police, it's about 6 weeks, 6 or 8 weeks. And then they're available to work a shift. Their training is done, so probably in 2
Okay.
months.
Thank you. Councillor Najin?
Just to come back to inspections overall, and then just like, so first and foremost, do we generate any revenues whatsoever for any of the inspections that we do?
We only do, no, unless it's a repeat. So if we have, if we go to an inspection and items fail, the inspector will work with that owner or representative to make the repairs. And we'll go back a second time. I believe the second time is free, but if we go a third time, there's a fee, a fourth time, because this is just professionals that have no desire to ever really be in compliance. It's just, I'm not going to say it's a large group of people, but there are some people that are very difficult to do business with.
Completely.
And then if they don't show, they schedule an inspection and then fail to show, we have a no-show fee. But it's not a large revenue, it's not like our false alarm fees, they generate quite a bit more money. So is that what I'm projecting, or is that the actual?
That's the actual to date, 800.
So $800 is what we've generated to date this fiscal year.
So it might be interesting to look at whether or not we can start assessing penalties on the second try around, and then also maybe raising those penalties. One of the things that you mentioned was on the business development front. I think that at some point there has to be some type of coordination between economic development, planning and code, and the other parts that are enforcing these pieces in order to make sure that the communication is consistent and there's like one person that we can all come to be like, you're in charge of this. Just as a thought, I am supportive of the deputy fire chief position. I don't know how I feel about the reserve firefighter at this point, but I think the deputy fire chief does make sense.
Thank you. So
Councillor-
if I could
or-
just
yes,
follow
go
up on
ahead,
that.
Chief.
So the second visit, I would not really want to charge them because, we want voluntary compliance. So when we go there, we tell them, hey, this is, you need automatic door closers, your smoke detectors don't work. So we have to give them that opportunity to make it right one time. And then if they ignore it, then I would see the third time, I'm all in favor of charging.
Councillor Soul?
Hi. So, yeah, I'm always in support of public safety, first responders. I think it's really important to make sure that we have you staffed properly. I had you at my house on Sunday. Not you, but a couple others. The 196, I think, Director Roy, did you say we can take the vehicle out of the fund balance? Is that a possibility?
Yes, because it's a one-time purchase, if you decide to do that.
And then there won't be another recurring,
Correct.
is that something?
Yeah,
I
I
don't-
feel like that makes the most sense
I'd
if the
like to do
council's going
that.
to fund this position.
So, yeah, well, I support it, so I'd like to see the vehicle come out of the fund balance.
Any, thank you, Councillor Soul. Councillor Longchamps, did you have
Just-
something?
Yes, just real quick. Again, I am in support of it, but I would ask that, one thing I hear a lot from businesses, new businesses and existing businesses, that code enforcement and the fire department aren't really aligned with with what they need to do to get licensed for whatever their business is. So I would just ask that if that new position is given, I don't know how it would work, but somehow code enforcement and perhaps that whoever fills that position really makes the connection together so that people aren't, so code enforcement isn't thinking one thing and then fire, they just don't seem to jive all the time.
So to respond to that, they do try to do inspections together. Frequently, our fire inspectors do inspections with code enforcement, but obviously not always. And I've received, and I think they do a great job, but I have received complaints that, hey, don't send that fire inspector because he told me something different than this guy, and
Right.
so, and I understand that happens. So part of having the management level, right now, with the assistant chief and I, we can't give that group the level of direction and supervision that they really need, right? So they're making decisions on their own without supervision. You know, if the assistant chief has a meeting in the morning with them for a half an hour, that's their level of supervision for the day, and then they're just expected to go about their day and make decisions. And that's not really as good as it could be. I mean, we could deliver service a lot better if we had that one consistent voice. Every morning at 7:30 in my office, we have a management meeting.
Right.
And, if we had this position, we would discuss our business in the morning, and then everyone would disperse and take care of that message would filter out to the different divisions. And then, the next morning, it's, okay, what happened yesterday? What do you have to report back? What are we doing today? And I think having that consistent person to provide that vision for the group, I think is essential.
Yeah, and I do too. And I just would hope that, code enforcement and yourselves would really connect, just to make sure that the answers that are given to folks that want to come and do business here are given the right answers and direct answers, because I hear a lot that one person said this, and then you may show up and say, oh, no, that's not the way it's supposed to be at all. And so I would just ask that gets better.
Thank you. And that is absolutely on my radar as well, that we do need to work more closely with code enforcement on several issues, just the inspection of business license, but the non-compliance issues and the legal process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Further questions for the chief before we go over these positions? Okay. And then how do councilors feel about the deputy fire chief? Moving forward, right? Yeah, we're moving forward on that. And then the firefighter position. We are not moving forward on that. Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Director Connor. One quick question before we begin with Director of Planning and Code. So we have digitizing department property records. I mean, we're going to be digitizing those one time. That could come out of fund balance, correct, Director Roy?
I don't think it's a one-time. I think they're going to be doing it over a certain period of time.
Well, I mean, 86,000 is not going to be the cost every year, right?
No, that should be a one-time.
So you're going to hire somebody to come in.
Yeah.
One-time contract.
Yeah,
So
I
you
believe
could-
that's
so
what
you could take it out of
Planner
fund balance.
Norton had detailed for us. So I think we could star that to talk that and the body cameras we could talk about during the fund balance discussion. So now we're going to be discussing the planning technician.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I don't know how I drew the short straw to go after public safety as much as, but I will do my best. So
It's not a competition, Director.
absolutely not.
Kind of is.
It's. I would like to. I'll answer that. I would like to think that we are discussing these positions on the merit of each position and not pitting one department against another.
Absolutely.
Please continue, Director
Me too,
Connor.
for the record. Me too.
Okay.
This is an entry-level planner position, and the goal is to allow greater bandwidth and capacity so that our planners can can put forth the plans and implement the plans of the comprehensive plan for the city, as well as the riverfront master plan. And ultimately, we want to be able to create a plan for a downtown plan. So that's what the position is going to be utilized for. We firmly believe that a new planner is going to help with our development of the city, and we feel that with more development, more capacity, and more bandwidth for development has the potential to bring in more tax revenue for our city. So we see this as not a revenue generating position, but it has the potential to increase the tax revenues of the city. And to the point of the scanning of documents, we see this as two birds with one stone. We can utilize this person to also help with the purging of documents and to start the process to decrease the amount of that contract for the scanning of the digital file. So that's what we plan to utilize this position for, and it's I believe it's about $85,000 a year going forward with this first year with about $4,600 in one-time costs.
Does it make sense, Director, to use this planning technician to digitize, to help with that project when we could pay for that out of fund balance with a third-party company and instead get this planning technician started planning?
That's the ultimate goal. We want to use them for planning, but this part of my speech was provided prior to us knowing that we could move that into the fund balance. So if it is going to fund balance, then yes, this position will be fully utilized for planning and getting our development bandwidth increased.
Yeah, I would prefer to see employees be used at their highest and best use.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. Director Connor, I thought I heard you say that the planning technician could be used to winnow out some of the documents to reduce the scanning efforts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm in favor of that. I also want to make certain that winnowing is done with a very careful eye toward historical documents, so that any that are chosen not to be scanned would be somehow evaluated for their historical value. We can't be throwing our history away. So there's that caveat as well.
Absolutely, Councilor.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Further comments here? Councilor Najin.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are a few things we just brought up concerning the fire department and fire inspections, right? We're talking about, possibly a downtown business district establishment in TIF overlay. We are also talking with the police department about enforcement, right? Like everything overlaps in certain ways. And so there's two big pieces, I think, that we're waiting on up here. One of them is the shelter overlay district and work around that. And then also complementary and accessory uses in what our downtown business district is. Ultimately, we're all aware of the fact that there are several buildings in the downtown area that could be organically developed that are currently held by nonprofits, that if there was healthy development downtown, we could possibly get these folks to divest of those properties. There's also a lot of blight all over the city. And so I understand the planning focus. I'm just wondering where we're at with also like the code staffing and enforcing some of the pieces where we have buildings that could generate us revenues if we enforced, and so I guess my question is, with this position, like, is there another position that's better suited? Or do you feel that this is needed and you can do the other pieces?
I think we're looking at incremental additions, right? I know you had asked that question on the previous time that this was presented, asking about an additional code enforcement officer. Yes, I would have loved to add another code enforcement officer, but this is the position that was requested this time around in order to, again, increase the bandwidth. We want to get more development. These are not code enforcement officers, so it in fact will not increase our inspections. This is not what this position will do. If we had our best case, I would love to have another code enforcement officer, but unfortunately, that's just not before us right now, unfortunately.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think this position makes a lot of sense. And then this combined hopefully with an increase in our economic development department will work hand in hand to yes, help increase the tax base and further business interests here in the city. Additional comments or questions from Councilor Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, how are you?
I'm well. Yourself?
Good. Just want to ask, is this an extra position?
It is. It is an extra new position. We currently have 2 planners in the city, and they are working every day with the day-to-day planning business, getting them to try to work on the development portion of the master plan and the comp plan is nearly impossible with, all of the day-to-day operations. So this would free up, like I said, more bandwidth for our seasoned planners.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Chittum, did you have your hand up?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay. Further comments or questions? Okay. And how does the council feel about this position? All right, we're moving forward.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Director. Now, I know I know Public Works is next, but they have quite a large chunk here. I would prefer to hold off on them for just a little bit and jump down to Recreation. Do we have Nicole Welsh here? Director Welsh, please join us. We have these 3, equipment we're going to move to fund balance, right, potentially? So we're going to start that, talk about later. So we have the Youth and Family Recreation Aid and Community Sports Aid. Can you speak to that, Director?
Sure. Just give me this page here. So I'm going to start with the benefits and fringe for the Community Sports Aid. During my budget presentation a couple months ago, or a couple weeks ago, I lost track of time, I mentioned how the community sports aid position is already hired. It was added to the city approved last fall, hired in January, as an effort to provide more free programming to the downtown community, especially like outside of the parks and such. And then also to help supplement other scheduling things for the athletic fields and other things for the recreation department as well. At the time, the recreation department picked up the whole tab, if you will, benefits fringe and the actual hourly wages of the employee. It is typical for recreation departments, because we're generating revenue through our programs, to often take on the costs for the hourly employee for potentially new personnel. Because of the timing, like I said, we took on all costs, but this is just requesting just the fringe for the employee. The recreation department would still take care of the hourly wages, but yeah, so it's just the health benefits and fringe.
Councilor Najin.
So the employee already works for the city, is that correct?
He does, yes.
And so if we didn't take on the benefits and fringe, what would happen?
The $30,000 will get passed along in program revenue fees.
Okay.
Maybe I'm confused. This Youth and Family Recreation Aid, have you spoken to that yet?
At the budget presentation a few weeks ago, I did, but I can review that now. I don't know if you want to talk about both.
And Community Sports Aid, that's just the 27 in fringe.
The community sports aid is the 30,000, I don't have that one in front of me, on the services sheet. That is the right number, right?
I have 27048.
Yes, that one.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's
Sorry,
the fringe
I guess I have an old version. But the other position that we're asking is not currently in the recreation department. So we, as a department, we have five and a half full-time employees. just as a comparison, the Auburn Recreation Department has 9 full-time employees, and we're doing a lot of the same things. We're overseeing facilities, trying to oversee programs, both free and at costs, older adult and senior citizen programmings. Somebody specifically geared towards youth and family programs is the kind of hole that we're missing in our team right now. We do offer summer camp, and we do offer some variations of like February vacation camp programs and stuff to help offset childcare. But the person in that role right now does a lot of other things in the department, such as helps. It's Alyssa who spoke with you last week. She helps me with some growing administrative needs, just because we're growing as a department, and also has a hand in youth sports, also has a hand in events. So a lot of us are wearing a lot of hats. So this person would specifically dive into childcare development for our summer camps and out of school time specifically for grades K to 8. And really focus on developing those staffers, working on SEL, making sure that even though our staff are young, they are mighty and they're educated, and they know, that they learn age-appropriate activities, games, supervision skills, and such. The other piece of this is adding in that family recreation piece. We have a lot of requests for pre-K, drop-in, mommy and me, daddy and me kind of programs, and just because of bandwidth, we can't meet those programming requests. People have asked for a small family Easter egg hunt. And again, those are great. They really should be a part of the city, but we just can't meet those needs right now. We do have the space in the building to host daily, family, those mommy and me, parent and me types of programs. But it just comes down to staff and bandwidth.
Thank you, Director. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. So I think even though, this comes with a bit of a price tag, I think I would still support it. We've seen a lot of issues with youth, either whether it's not having enough to do or what it is, issues ranging from vandalism, sometimes pretty severe vandalism, to youths, shooting up a downtown street. So I think that in the long run, having more opportunities for kids to get involved with productive things and healthy activities will definitely benefit our city.
Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome. We've talked before.
Yes.
I like the idea of the childcare. I would like to think that eventually we'd raise more money by having this individual, which may not pay for that particular salary, but probably pay for another salary for somebody else to help these programs want to expand into. So you have to grow, like we talked with the school, getting somebody there to get the programs up and running and thought through and planned, and then we can expand on them, and then hopefully the money coming in will help pay for that. So I highly support this position.
Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Director Welch. You've made some good arguments, and I've heard Councilors Gallant and Harriman. I think it's important that we provide as much opportunity for our youth as possible to keep them from grabbing the spray can and defacing downtown, although maybe we could put them in the public art project.
Sounds like an art program. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's an idea. I support this. However, I will caution you against comparing us with Auburn. Auburn has an extremely different tax base. Auburn is not the service center that we are. Auburn has entire fields of retail establishments. They have the luxury of having the kind of money that can support programs like that. We don't. So please don't compare us to Auburn in that regard. Thank you.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to speak out of turn regarding finances. I understand you guys have a tough job to do up here. I want to create a recreation department that meets the needs of 37,000 people and growing. We, as a department, don't only serve the people who come to our recreation programs. Our building is on pace to hit 60,000 hits this year. So we're not only just working with the summer camps, the soccers and such. We have people coming from Poland, Lisbon. We host tournaments all weekend. We have people coming from Bangor for Maine Bulldogs. So there's a lot of other working pieces, and I totally understand the finance. I just want to make sure that we can keep meeting the needs, and I do feel that, not the same, tax rates and everything, but I do wish that we had more employees in the recreation department so we could keep meeting the needs and the growing needs, that's all.
Those are perfectly valid and good arguments. You don't need the Auburn has more people argument at all. Throw it away.
Noted.
We appreciate your service, Director Welsh.
Thank you, sir.
Councilor Sol.
So you had me at daddy and me, because there's just not enough programs out there for dads and their children. You always hear about mommy and me. But I do agree with the other counselors. I would like to see programs for the youth to not be hanging out on the streets and painting fire hydrants. But yes, I would support this position. Thank you.
Councilor Najin.
Just to speak to the Auburn piece, they have a lot more infrastructure than we do. A lot of our youth are actually going to Auburn to play soccer, for instance, to skate, all kinds of pieces like that. So, I mean, ultimately, of course, they have more staff because they're managing more facilities with more programming. One of the things I would suggest, and I'm just going to bring it up because made me think about the GPS robot. We have public spaces that aren't used, parks, and so I don't know if this position would be specifically just for like kids that are like under like 5, something like that?
Really under 14, 15, 16.
So
right when they're on the cusp of being able to, get a full-time job, for example, or, a part-time job if they want to during the school year and such, so.
So if you're thinking about, like, for instance, like programming that could also extend to public spaces that are outside of the facilities, I'm again thinking about that GPS robot and like Sunnyside Park, Pettingill, McGraw, right? Places where if there's recreation support, possibly it wouldn't have to be completely run by recreation. But
I think I understand what you're asking. So in thinking of the, again, underutilized spaces that we always talk about, a function of this, especially during the warmer months, would be to kind of organize informal meetups like those, like at playgrounds, and really better highlight those spaces. We also have a lot of equipment in the recreation department that doesn't get used. It's great. We actually just secured a bunch of snowshoes. So another idea is like we could organize a family snowshoe adventure at Samard Payne, for example. There's a lot of ideas. So I think we're kind of on the same page there, is what you're saying.
perfect. I'm in support of keeping kids busy and off the streets, so.
Pending any further more questions or comments, how do councilors feel about the youth and family recreation aid? So we're moving forward. And then I assume we're okay with the fringe for, yes, okay. And we will talk about moving community sporting equipment to fund balance a little later.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Welsh. Director Houston, please join us. And tell us about library security.
Yeah, so I know we talked about this quite a bit at my last, at the budget presentation, but this is a $30,000 contract for 20 hours a week of security coverage through contracted security. It is, you're seeing I think $15,000-ish credit for removing a building monitor position. If we don't have to remove that, then we're doing $30,000. The security at the library is the #1 priority. Just as you've heard other departments refer to, the downtown area needs a lot of work for it to be a safe place, and the library is a place with a business model that, we let people spend time there with no purpose. We can't have a no loitering rule. We don't have no public restrooms unless you're a customer rule, because we have no customers, right? People do not have to spend money at the library, which is one of the beautiful, wonderful things that attracted me to librarianship, and I fully believe in it. But it creates some unique challenges for us. So public restroom use especially is an extreme friction point. The library is one of the only places that people downtown can go to the restroom reliably. And so we have a tremendous amount of competition for those library spaces. There's a lot of, just behavior issues and people spending too long in there, destroying facilities while they're in there, doing things in there that they shouldn't be doing. And so it is a big driver of the security issues that we see. And so, the library doesn't exist in a vacuum. If we don't fully fund the Public Works proposal for more public restrooms, that's going to impact the library. So I came into this budget season, this being my first budget season with the city, with the mindset of asking for as little as possible to still make progress and to still make my staff feel safer. So we've been operating from kind of an austerity mindset for a long time. The library is understaffed, like many of the other departments, for similar reasons. We've lost positions over the year, but this is the one thing that we can do to improve every aspect of what we do.
Yes, I agree that we need to have, get staff feeling safe and patrons feeling safe to visit the library. I'm concerned that this proposal doesn't go far enough. Can you quickly outline what Portland is doing and then what that might mean in terms of cost for us?
Sure, absolutely. So before I do that, I just want to draw attention again. So we are losing a building monitor position to fund this for this year. I would strongly suggest that if you want to do more than what I've suggested, that you consider not losing that building monitor position, but also keep this $30,000 security contract. The $15,000 credit that we're getting this year won't be there next year, and it still will be a $30,000 security contract next year. So I'm going to have to come back to you for more money to do the same thing. So that's sort of, to me, the lowest hanging fruit for doing more than what I've asked for, is just leave me the positions I already have, but also fund this $30,000 security contract. But let's talk about Portland. So I know we've talked about Portland a couple of times, both in private and in public. Mayor Shalene does a wonderful job serving on the library board, and so we've had a lot of discussions in that space about what Portland does.
For the public's benefit, those library meetings are also public meetings.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, just to be clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
But so when we've spoken at those library board meetings in the past, I had a slight misunderstanding of what Portland did. I was under the impression that they had a full-time safety manager and 4 part-time people under them. What they actually have is 5 full-time 37.5-hour positions on their safety team. This is not for the branches at Portland. This is only for the downtown Portland location, which is open for 45 hours a week, which is the same number of hours that we are open. So they have, for 45 hours of building operations, they have 187.5 hours of security coverage through staff. And so that is a full-time safety manager, 3 full-time what they call safety specialists. It's essentially our building monitors, and then a full-time social worker. So just doing a rough analysis of what we would pay, not what Portland pays, but what we would pay, that would be about $300,000.
And with this, how many of the hours are covered by this current proposal, if we were to keep the current building monitor position?
Well, so first of all, we are keeping at least one building monitor regardless. Prior to any discussion of security contract, we had 2 19-hour-a-week building monitor positions, so that was 38 hours of coverage for the 45 hours that we are open. So by losing 19 hours and adding 20 back in through a security contract, we're we're gaining an hour, right? We're at 39 out of 45. What that translates to is for the first maybe hour, hour and a half of each of the 6 days a week we're open, we don't have a specific designated security person in the building, but those tend to be our most heavily staffed times. All the managers are there during those times, and so as much as we are loath to do so, we step in and we take care of those issues in lieu of a security person. I do want to make one comment, and that is that the library is a safe place to be, but it is a safe place on the blood, sweat, tears, and vigilance of my staff. And that is a very trying and very exhausting place for them all to be in. And that's part of the value of having managed security is, you know, if they are burning out, they have to contractually send us someone else. If someone is sick, they have to contractually send us someone else. They are responsible for the hours they've agreed to cover. If my staff can't be here, if they're sick, if they're on vacation, we just have to make up that space with extra staff, you know, linking arms and pulling together. So that's part of why a hybrid model has been successful for us in this trial period that we've had going on since November, and it's part of why this is the model that I'm advocating for.
Thank you. Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So I guess I had overlooked the fact that one of the building monitor positions was being cut in order to fund this. So it's almost a one-for-one as far as hours. Like you said, there's some benefits as far as, you know, they always have to send somebody. But, so I would propose funding this and keeping the building monitor, honestly. I know that, like, I personally would also like the library to be open longer hours, but, you know, I have heard from current staff and former staff and from your Board of Trustees that security and safety is really the #1 concern. So I think for this year's budget, I would definitely fund this ask, and I would also suggest putting that building monitor position back into the budget, just because the library is so heavily used. It is a place which I really appreciate about libraries. It's a place that is just open for the public. You don't have to spend money. You don't have to have a particular purpose. You can hang out. You can sit there and read a book. You can do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't disturb others.
Yep.
So that's what I would propose for that.
Councilor Councilor Chittum?
Thank you. I'm going to ask the council to approve Councilor Harriman's request that this number, $15,527, be changed to, and I think I'm hearing 30000, $30,000. Is that correct, Director Roy?
It is 30,940 is exactly the number.
That's a deal killer then.
Yeah.
30,940.
Yeah.
All right, that's what I would ask the council a thumbs up on.
Councilor Najin?
I would agree with that. I would just state that it's incredibly disappointing that we're managing behaviors as opposed to enforcing laws when they're broken, one, and two, you know, the library is an amenity for everyone in the city, and it really disappoints me that we have to fund security in order to make people feel comfortable to work there and also to bring people into that space. And so at some point, we do have to have a conversation about how to stop these behaviors or remove them from our public amenities. So.
And that is why I made a point of bringing up, say, the Public Works proposal for public restrooms. Supporting that will do more for library security than even the security contract. So again, I know it's odd for me as the library director to be coming here and asking for so little when we need so much, but I tried to come in respectful of the impact that the other departments can make with money that you could allocate if you're not giving it to me. I will come back to you many times asking for many things, but my long-range vision is, you know, we need to make some incremental progress on some things and make sure that you're not giving me money to babysit the bathrooms when getting more bathrooms in the city could alleviate some of the pressure we're under for that. So there's a balance to be struck. Obviously, that's your job, but I came in with hopefully trying to be respectful of where those dollars could be spent.
Yes, thank you, Director Houston. So the security contract is for 20 hours a week?
That is correct.
And each of the building monitors are for 19 hours a week?
Correct.
So we have, what, 58 hours to split?
58 of 45, correct.
Okay, so there's going to be, so every hour that the library is open, there will be somebody there, whether it's
Yep.
one of the building monitors. And some
Yep.
of the hours, there could be 2 people there.
Right, absolutely, which would be a wonderful thing. To go back to Portland, they will not open the building if there are fewer than 2 safety people in the building. And their building's not really that much larger than ours, so.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. You answered my question. I want to make sure this 20 hours a week will give us coverage from when you open to when you close.
In the wonderful ideal world where both of my building monitor positions are staffed, yes. As you saw in your materials, part of the reason I was even suggesting doing a one-to-one swap is because we've had a tremendous amount of difficulty keeping that building monitor position staffed. It's low paying. Your job is to get yelled at, threatened, spit on. It's unpleasant. It's very difficult for people to come in and do that day in and day out. And so in the 9 months that I've been employed here, I think we've had both building monitor positions filled for about 6 weeks. We've had one that has been filled the whole time, but the other one has been a revolving door because we don't pay enough. It's a hard job. It's a thankless job. Again, part of the reason why a managed security contract is attractive.
How many hours a day are you open?
Monday through Thursday, it is 9.5, I believe, and then 3.5 Friday, Saturday. So we're open 9:30 to 7 Monday through Thursday, and then 9:30 to 1 on Friday, Saturday. Again, that's 45 hours. That's the same number of hours that the Portland Library is open downtown. And again, they're able to have a 5-person safety team because they have $6.5 million budget, and we've got, a fraction of that, so.
So I guess my question is, if we're going to hire a contractor, why wouldn't we hire one for 45 and
Right.
take away your problem from having to deal about replacing these monitors all the time?
Well, because there's a benefit and drawback to the security contract model, and there's a benefit and drawback of the building monitor model. So the hybrid model is really what has been working. So the security contractors, for example, we have to negotiate a contract. They have to agree. We can say we'll pay them for 45 hours, but if they cannot supply us people 45 hours, then we're just without coverage, right? And I have negotiated with them as we've been working with them over the last several months, and there are days when, they have to send people to the garages or they have to send people to Portland. The group that we work with covers a number of different communities, so we can only really get from them what we can tie them to in a written contract. And so having an employee, I can tell them when to work. I can tell them where the needs are. I can, if there's an opening somewhere, I can say, hey, would you mind coming in on a different day? I can't do that with the security company. And so there's really, neither system is perfect. And to Councilor Najean's point earlier about, it's sad that we're in a position where we have to do this at all. As a public library director coming from other library jobs to this one, this is a problem that we've been dealing with for decades in libraries. It's a public building. You're going to have behaviors that need to be managed. Every urban library of a certain size has safety as a cost. And so this is not something that's unique to us, and there is no one-size-fits-all solution to library security. So I would hesitate to, throw out the building monitor model and go fully to security, because if the security company suddenly decides, A, we're going to renegotiate, we're going to ask for more money, that means I have to come back to you, or B, we can't cover you on this day anymore, so, you're getting a month's notice or whatever the contract states of,
Okay, so part two of my question is, why don't we just hire 2 more monitors and not hire the security?
For the same reason that the Portland model that we are lauding so much doesn't work for them. Those 3 full-time safety specialists that Portland has, they can't keep those filled. So you could give me 7 building monitor positions, but I can only staff as many positions as I can recruit for. And the time that the building monitor position has been open in my tenure here has not been because we have not been trying to fill it. It's the quality of applicant and the volume of applicants that we really, for the salary that we are willing to compensate folks for, we're not going to have those positions be filled consistently. So we have 1 building monitor who is a wonderful person who, if I had a laboratory where I could create the perfect person with the perfect amount of experience in very specific fields to do this job well, that's the person. So we have some built-in confidence there. I really do feel like this hybrid model is the way to do what we need to do.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Longchamps?
Yes, I would just say I definitely support this. I think the security at the library is important. Why am I losing train of thought? Wow, Chittum, you are rubbing off.
Well, she's thinking, my quick question, so what does the building monitor start at?
With the bump resulting from the new minimum wage, the fiscal year 25 minimum is $17.60.
Okay. And
Portland has told me they cannot start someone in those building monitor positions for less than 25. People say no. And there's no way that we're going to get there. So, not right this instant. So.
Councilor Longchamps, did you remember what you were going to say?
No, but basically, I definitely support it. And I don't think it's ever going to change that we're not going to need security at the library. We're living in different times. So it's needed. Thank you.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Councilor Gallant, for your question, but it raised another one in my mind. When you negotiate a contract with a security company, don't you negotiate for specific hours on specific days?
Yes, but I've not shot for full coverage, and so, because we didn't have the funding for that, so I don't know what that conversation would look like. Like I've said, I have actually asked them, because we've had a little bit of scrambling here recently, I have asked them to cover days, and they've said, no, we can't do that. So I don't have full confidence that if we said, we need you all the time, every day, that we would be able to rely on that.
Well, it seems to me to be a contractual matter, and if that's the contract and it's breached, then there are remedies and recourses for that.
Right, but what I'm saying is I don't know that I could get at least the current contractor to agree to the coverage that we would need to hit 45 hours. And so, because we're very happy with the group that we're working with right now, I'd like to build this piece, see if it works hybrid, come back to you next year. Maybe we do, go full security. Maybe we do back off of it and go more building monitors and raise the compensation for those. I'm not here saying I absolutely know for a fact that this is the perfect way to do things, but we have evidence that this model works. This has been working for the last several months, and it has made people feel safer. I really think that for the moment, this is the way to build on it.
I have no doubt that you've done your due diligence. It's obvious that you have, Director. However, I am concerned about executing a contract that you can't rely on. And if you have a contract with a security company for 20 hours a week on specific hours and specific days, one would expect that that there would be a person there qualified and capable at those times. And I'm hearing that you can't rely on that.
No, so when this experiment started, this was a one-time emergency allowance from the library board endowment to do this because we were heading into cold weather for the season and did not have that second building monitor, and my staff were afraid because cold weather drives more people in. That's when we saw more behavior issues in the past. So what we had agreed to at that point was 16 hours a week. And in recent discussion, talking about if we could do 20 hours, knowing that this conversation was happening, there was some back and forth about if we wanted to add hours, where would we add those, where would they fit? And there, I was told, no, we can't add them here, no, we can't add them there. And I pushed them a little bit. We had some negotiations. I got them where I wanted them. But my point with that is that they've never had any issue with the 16 hours that we initially contracted for. They've fulfilled that. But my confidence is low that if I asked for 45 hours, that they would ever agree to a 45-hour contract in the first place. So it's not a question of breach, it's a question of could we negotiate to that point? Could we get them to agree to that?
We're not having that discussion, though. We're having a discussion for a 20-hour contract. And I just want to make certain that when a contract is executed with the city, that it's honored.
Absolutely,
And
yeah.
if we don't feel that we can trust the contractor to honor the contract, then we ought to be looking for another contractor.
Right, and I think we're having two different conversations, because I was speaking to Councilor Galantz, why don't we do it for 45 hours?
Okay.
So that's where I have the difficulty in believing that we would get there. I have full confidence that if we negotiate a 20-hour contract saying, hey, you're going to be here at these times, that is what's going to happen.
Okay, fine, thank you. I was getting growing concerned. Thanks a lot, Councilor Glant.
Yeah, the one last piece. So, we have these theoretical 58 hours of coverage, but you're saying that it's extremely difficult to hire the building monitor. So, yeah, we need these hours of coverage. So if we can't hire at this wage, then we are going to need to go higher to cover all the hours. I guess what would be the process for that? Administrator O'Malley, would HR decide that, or Director Terrio?
Well, that'd be part of the budget. If you want to increase his budget line for a building monitor, now would be the time to do it. So if we were doing, she can do the math better than I can, but if we're, minimum wage is $17.60, if he's saying we want to do 20 or 22 or 25 like they do in Portland, we just have to put that in the budget and you folks would have to approve it.
My caution with that, and I'm again, I find myself oddly in the position of saying, give me less money. My caution with that is that all of my part-timers are in sort of a step system. So the building monitors are not getting minimum wage. They're actually like the third or fourth highest tier of position. And so if we increase what they're getting, it kind of messes with the formula of everybody else. And not to mention, if the building monitor wage ends up leapfrogging union positions that are being paid less, there's going to be problems with the unions. So I want to pay people more across the board. I want to pay the building monitors more. It seems critical that we do pay the building monitors more to increase their job satisfaction. But that's my only piece of that.
It's not necessarily that I want to pay the building monitors more. I want the positions to be filled. And so I understand your concerns about potentially leapfrogging a union position or the other part-timers. But if we can't fill the position, then what's the point? Councilor Nagy.
Just to reiterate, I realize that we're in a different time period than we were in the past, but, destruction of public property is still destruction of public property, and assault is still assault. So if somebody's spitting on somebody, there better be some enforcement actions. And this is a $30,000 budget item. Can we get just thumbs up or thumbs down at this point and trust the director?
What, 38,940?
It's $30,940.
We're going to give him more than what he's asking?
Because we're trying to keep the building monitor position, yeah. Counselor Glenn, did you have something before?
For Director Roy, so if we give him the 30, that 15,527 goes where? Goes away? So actually,
It's actually the
he's only getting an
15,400.
increase of 15,000 in theory?
The 15,413 would need to be added back in, because
Okay,
it was
so-
removed out of the budget.
Right, so it was removed, so we have to add that back in too. So we're
Correct.
actually doing 45, not doing 30, correct?
You removed it.
Would that be correct?
I believe, I can double check, but I believe I checked the other day and it was removed from the budget.
That's two positions. I don't have a problem with it, I just want to make sure we know it's 45,000.
Well, we're waiting for Director Roy, but I guess Counselor Harriman, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say maybe some of the confusion is that I believe the 15,500 in here is for, oh, no, I just answered my own question. Thank you.
Absolutely lovely, Counselor Harriman. Counselor Chittum, did you have something?
Well, I'm struggling to understand this as well. So 15,500 roughly was removed from the budget as a monitor position to offset the $30,000 cost of the security.
Right.
So if we put the $30,000 security in, then we have to reinstitute the 15,000 that was removed from the budget.
45.
Okay.
If indeed you are going to give me both building monitors and the security contract, yes.
That's the goal.
Yes.
And I appreciate Counselor Gallant's lightning fast mind in adding those numbers up.
Yeah, I'm for both, I just want to make sure everyone understands it's not just 30, that's all.
Director Roy, did you want to say anything?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
That's-
Counselor Najin, did you have something else? And how are we feeling about this, counselors? Looks like we're moving forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think if it pleases the council, we're going to take a brief recess before we continue. By brief, like 5 minutes, 6 minutes maybe. And yes, we're back. Director Jeffers, pleasure to see you. We have some items here. Could you please go over them?
Yeah, let me start with one thing. Everything you've been talking about up to this point tonight has been coming out of the general fund. The two positions that we are asking for support from are sort of aligned with but independent of the general fund. It's financed with tax increment financing, which we've had some very large TIFs. The Walmart TIF specifically has funded a lot of this department for years. That one is no longer putting off revenue. I think it sunset this year. It was this year. This past March.
Fiscal year 24.
Yeah, so we just got our last payment from that. We are anticipating that the New England Clean Energy Connect TIF will replace that. There might be a gap year in between, but that one, at all of the value coming from that, is about $6 million annually in new tax revenue is what we're anticipating. From that, we have other TIFs in the pipeline. I should also note with Clean Energy Connect, they probably have already declared about half of the value that we had associated. It was going to be $250 to $300 million, mostly in the converter station. They've been declaring pretty large numbers for the last few years, which has helped us with the budget over the last few years. So all of that, let's just say for big round numbers, we have about $3 million of new revenue that we'll likely be able to use tax increment financing for. Some of that will fund the Economic Development Department. I think some of it is what can be used to fund the rest of this. I wouldn't say we all put it into the TIP program. I think we can fund many of the, it'll just go to the general fund, which will help reduce the impacts of many of the positions being asked for tonight. The other portion that gets funded, we are a community development block grant entitlement community. I had done a workshop on that with you folks back in March, and we get about $850,000 a year. Very strident rule book about it, but it funds several positions, none of which touch the general fund. We're also sort of at capacity. When I first started with the city, we were getting about $1.2, $1.3 million a year in community development block grant money. We had a larger staff. This is a refrain you've been hearing all night. So we went from 1.2 to 1.3 million. We had a larger staff. We now are down to about $850,000 annually. The roll book has only grown. The size of our staff has shrunk. So we're sort of working hard to keep up with many things. The administrative position that we're asking for right now, we've got 9 people who's got 25% of a administrative assistant. I've never had economic development's never had an administrative assistant. The department's never had it. It's 25% that is split with code, so it's one of the 2 administrative assistants who basically issues permits on the 3rd floor. And they're very, very busy, do a great job. We get 25% of one of them to help us deal with the administrative burden associated with the Community Development Block Grant Program. We have our Community Development Manager is our pilot working remotely from Florida at this point. She's great. She's very long experience in the industry. Has been a grant writer for many years, has worked for hospitals and different entities. Community development, CDBG is new to her, but she's worked around HUD in all those programs. She's very knowledgeable, but with her being remote, it just adds to the burden for just even filing and just getting documentation back and forth. So Shelley is who's currently doing that work for her. She works very hard, and so we're asking for some support to allow that position to grow. And I can stop on that particular.
Please don't stop, and please talk about the other position.
If you want me to keep going,
Yep,
okay.
we're gonna.
So the other position is a little bit more sexy. That is the Main Street manager. There is a national model for downtown revitalization. It's called the Main Street Program. There are about 10 communities in the state of Maine who are already participating in this program. There's Bath, Brunswick, Saco, Biddeford, Skowhegan, Belfast, Rockland, Gardner, and Westbrook. If you've been to those communities, some of them, Bath is, I think, the first Main Street community. They've got pretty vital happening downtowns, a lot of activities, a lot of interest. And we're looking that might be a way to help us get the downtown more vital. It's really about bringing, it expands the tax base. The idea is you get more diversity in your mix of businesses. It's very focused. You get a lot of volunteer participation, we had looked at this probably 20 years ago when the program was first rolled out in Maine, and we just didn't have the critical mass of downtown businesses at that time. I think that is growing. We've got the Downtown Lewiston Association, who is sort of the foundation for that sort of volunteer support. That's a small crew, and I'd like to see it grow. And they've really been working pretty independently of the city. I have staff members who participate in those meetings, but it would be good to build upon that. The way I wrote that proposal was that we'd be funding that position. There are fees associated with becoming a Main Street program, and rather than having that person habitating on the 3rd floor at City Hall, I'd like to see them on the street. Have an office. Could be in a co-working space. It could be, they don't need a lot of space, but it'd be good for them to be accessible and business owners can come, go. So that was sort of the thinking behind that. And again, this is something I think will really help us grow the downtown. I think working in concert with planning, code, all of us, fire department, it's a group effort. And this would be sort of a leader of the pack and the primary conduit for downtown efforts, more events, historic preservation. There's a lot of activity for it. It's been a very good model throughout the state, and I think it's something that would help the city.
Councilor Najin?
So just to start at the administrative assistant, that would be an administrative assistant. You said you had 9 staff in economic development? Wow. Okay.
Economic and community development.
Economic, okay, so.
Yeah, sorry. It's
Got you.
with the bulk of them on the community development side, but yes.
In community development block grant pieces there for the, again, the administrative assistant, which is managing, I believe, $850,000 worth of funds, which we take 20% off the top of for administration.
It is all we're allowed to use for its administration that primarily funds staff salaries. So it funds a portion of my salary. It funds the bulk of the community development manager, who's the person who's working remotely right now. There are, under that program, there is a lead program manager who's funded by a lead grant that we have, and Marion has been monitoring and managing that. We also have a rehab coordinator who's funded with the CDBG program dollars. As those monies get paid back, we try to recycle those dollars.
Okay, ultimately, I don't have a problem with the administrative assistant if we're looking at ways to increase economic development and work with, again, code and business licensing, things like that, things that are going to actually increase the tax base in some way. So if it's around the community development support, like we already take a lot of money off of the home funds, the community development block grant funds, off the top, the lead abatement funds for administration. So, I would rather see that focused on economic development. That's 1. 2, it's a laudable goal to look at, a downtown manager, but the foundation doesn't work currently. Honestly, the majority of the buildings down there have no impetus to be repaired. We have no carrot or stick to make those things happen. There's plenty of nonprofit services that have now purchased buildings and are not paying tax. And so I would like to see those things fixed and a real economic development plan for the downtown business district before we fund a downtown supporter position. The downtown Maine programs are great, but it's marketing. So, just my take. I wouldn't mind finding some money to support the economic development department, but not necessarily on Lisbon and Park and Canal at this moment.
And just for clarification, this administrative assistant position, my understanding of this position, it would be to get stuff off of your plate that this person could do, so that way you can do only the things that you can do, correct?
That would be part of it, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Misty, all of us have been self-supporting for 20 years or more. I've largely been self-supporting. I mean, I say, please register me for this conference. That's about I type all my own stuff, I do all my own filing, and those of you who have been in my office know I'm not very good at filing. So
We're not going to talk about that on camera. The idea is that this frees you up to do things that only you can do.
It would, yes,
Yeah.
it would. And I think just having that staff support, there's more we could do. And lower level. Director Roy here has also reminded me the 20% administrative budget that's allowed under CDBG is already fully taxed. So this position would largely be funded by the TIF revenues. Coming back to your point, though, at least it would be focused on economic development, but it would be support. We've got 25% that's currently being funded by CDBG. I think that could be continued. But the counterpoint to that is there's 25% of a code enforcement position or a code administrative assistant that would end up going to the general fund side. So there's a lot of moving pieces here.
Regardless, this position increases capacity in
Yes.
economic development.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. Just wanted to understand where this funding would come from. So if it's coming from CDBG funds and a TIF, it's not affecting the general fund, is that correct?
That's correct. There's going to be a year here sort of in between Walmart retiring come March before we're able to get the New England Clean Energy Connect approved and built and at full value. But in time, within a year or two, we should be able to really tap into the TIF revenues. And New England Clean Energy Connect is not that's the one big one. But there are a couple of housing TIFs that are currently in the pipeline. We've got the Continental Mill and another one that's in the background that we could utilize for funding staff salaries, funding economic development programs. Those are the type of things we typically write into allowable project costs.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in support of the getting some more capacity in the economic development department. I think economic development has been one of the council's top priorities for the past several years, and just having more staff available to do things, I think, would be a good thing.
Councilor Gallant?
Thank you, Mayor. I have two directions. One, I do support the administrative assistant. I think that's a needed value that you guys could use and develop. I do not support the Main Street Program Manager, similar to what Josh says. I've walked up and down Main Street. In fact, we're going to take a walk together. Very few empty buildings, too many nonprofits. Nothing personal, guys out there, but I don't see the bang for the buck. And then if you go from the police station to the library, that's pretty much one community, okay, that's already entrenched and in there, and I don't know that we could move them around to expand. So I'd be nervous about putting somebody down there. I'd be more interested in trying to find money that allow people to rehab their buildings and do things, and maybe get some of the other people out to a more general area and get some real business in there. The remote person, first time I heard about this, are they coming to Maine sometime?
Occasionally.
No, we send salary from Maine to another state to be spent, and we don't see any bang for our buck other than the work they do?
Councilor Gallant.
Administrator O'Malley, can you speak to this, please?
This was an employee who did live here in the state of Maine, and she was going to leave and move to Florida.
Okay.
She is in the ProTech union, which does allow flexibility in their work schedule. This started with the last administration, and we were trying a trial period to see how this works, because that position that she filled was very difficult for us to fill. So that's why we're trying the remote. We are going to be coming in front of you May 7th with that remote policy that the HR director spoke about. But yes, this was someone who worked here who then moved, and in effort to keep this position filled, we went to this remote with her. And yes, what you're saying is, yes, she lives down in Florida.
And maybe for another day, because we're trying to do budget, But I like to know what we're paying for that we can't try to find here. And I'm really want to see a grant writer. I think the city is behind the ball of wax. Other places I've been in, communities I've been in, when you had a professional grant writer on the books, they paid for their own salary plus. They helped out fire departments, police departments, public works. They go find the grants, and then they'd supply the material. They'd put it together, take it off to fire chiefs, the chief police's back to take care of. They pay for themselves, and they can help with economic development. So, I'd advocate for us at some point, if this person in Florida is not doing that, maybe we need to reevaluate what their job is and find out if we can't find somebody. There are grant writers in Maine.
I agree with that. And this has been a trial period. I did have a discussion with Director Jeffers just the other day about this. We wanted to see how this was progressing. But hearing him speak here, I guess there are some issues with having her down there in Florida. So we will address that as we continue in this process of this trial period with her.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean, she is a grant writer, came to us as a grant writer. Her focus has been primarily on the community development side of the house, but she also reviews and will fund or send things to various entities saying, here's a grant you might. She's not the one writing it for the fire department. Police department, I think, writes their own grants, but she has been a source, and a lot of that stuff gets funneled through her, but she is not grant writing for she's not writing grants for recreation or police or fire. So, to your point, I understand what you're looking for,
And
though.
to my point being is that the person who's writing the grants, it takes it off the regular workers' backs to take care of, and we can start seeing some of the money come in. Because there's a lot of money out there, and we can't get the money if we don't go after it.
Agreed.
And we can't have our department heads who are swamped as it is, trying to figure out where they can get $10,000, $15,000 when there's $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 grants that we might obtain. That's my point.
Got it.
I mean, we're terribly off subject at this point, but there seems to be a lack of understanding as what this position actually does. They also handle reporting for the grants that we do get, correct?
Oh, yeah, and they handle all the administration. It's not just grant writing. It
Right,
is going
yeah.
through the process, the application, dealing with home ARP, writing the rule books, reporting. There's a lot of things I'm really glad I don't personally have to do.
Yeah, and it's my understanding that this kind of position only, is not really mirrored in the corporate world and really only exists at a municipality. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's a federal grant program, and it's pretty unique.
I understand that councilors may have concerns with the Main Street program manager and, what it's called, but what this really does is just builds capacity, economic development. And so, they need, my take is that they need two people. So if we don't like what Main Street program manager is, I would suggest that maybe we swap that out with some level of economic development specialist, so that way they can get two people, so that way we can help move some of these things forward. Councilor Nagy?
Again, my concern is a tax base with economic development. One of the things that we've seen, and I agree that there are many things that we need to do for downtown. You heard most of them tonight. None of that is a downtown coordinator. When you look at the TIF that we received for CMP, when you look at the TIF that we received, and the funding, right? Like the actual amount of dollars for the Walmart distribution center, we have a workforce here that doesn't have as many jobs as it should have. We have a situation where nobody's building single-family homes in the spaces that, again, 100 to 120% of the average income of the community, so that we can keep our school teachers and CNAs here. Those are all economic development strategies. And so I'm just saying we have work to do to fix downtown, and economic development isn't going to fix downtown without those pieces being fixed. And so I would just like to see, again, I can support a position that says we can return X on the tax base overall in economic development in the community, including the corridors and several places. So,
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a second position. Like, I guess I'm don't care much what we call it, but I think we just need additional capacity in economic development beyond what the administrative assistant will give us. Further thoughts or questions for Director Jeffers? Councilor Longchamps.
So you had stated that it seemed like maybe 10 to 12 other towns or cities are using this model here, the Main Street Program
Yeah,
Manager?
There's 10 that are currently.
10?
Yep.
And it's working well?
It has been, yeah, in those. You can go to the website. I mean, it's Biddeford, Saco. I mean, they're pretty vital downtowns generally. And not all of them were when they first joined.
Right, right, that's what I wasn't sure if I was for or against this position, to be honest. But the more that I'm hearing, you know, I think we all agree that we need help in the Economic Development Department. And you need some assistance, right? You need some help with some certain things that you haven't always had help with, filing, things like that. But if it's working in other towns and other cities, why wouldn't it work for us, you know?
Councilor Glant.
Two questions. One would be for Director Roy. What would it cost be for a regular economic development person? Surely can't be the 161. And part two would be, is all the towns he listed, it's kind of like Auburn. They have a really good base. They have a lot of other industries in their area that help support this kind of a program. Whereas we're a service community, to be quite frank, and unless we can build that base up first, that position, not economic development, in my opinion, just wouldn't work.
Councilor Najin.
I would add on to that there was an economic development strategy in each of the downtowns, and it worked with planning, with the code departments, with, again, actions to create reasons to divest of properties that people were not planning on doing anything with, and then also funds to invest in properties, which without that base, ultimately downtown is going to remain exactly what it is right now until we create an economic development model downtown separate of the downtown main piece.
Councilor Ehrman.
Thank you. Yeah, I have some of the same concerns as Councilor Najin, but I just want economic development to have more capacity. So the administrative assistant, yes, the Main Street Program Manager, whether it's that or just a general economic development person, I think either one would just help add capacity.
Yeah, I mean, my point is that we don't need to argue about what to call this position. We just need to get them two people. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. Is there a job description already prepared for this position?
There has not been, no.
That would be helpful, I think, when we're considering adding new positions, if we had an idea. We're having a lot of discussion about the title of this person. I think we're all in agreement with what the position ought to be accomplishing. And it seems to me that the substance of our discussion up here is, what do we call this person? A job description would solve that.
Yeah, and if I could, while it's not written, it is more than simply marketing. It really is looking at the buildings, what can be there, what's missing, what is the market share, what's the purchasing power of this area for the city and the downtown and people living there, and analyzing that and saying, you know, there's a ton of money that should be spent in restaurants that's not being spent here because we don't have enough, or furniture, or coffee shops, or flowers, whatever it may be. It's those boutique, niche retail. That's part of what the job of the downtown manager would do, is doing that analysis. And then you say, okay, and then you go knocking on doors, you promote it, that we have got these opportunities. There is need for, and we've had some early studies done as part of the Riverfront Island Master Plan. Both phases of it said there's a demand for, off the top of my head, I'm not pulling up the number, but there's 5,000 square feet of medical office demand. It's that type analysis that gives you the tools to go out and push for it. And that's part of it. It's also coming up with more, it is part of it, marketing and promotion. It's how do you revitalize these buildings? What kind of program should we have? There was a conversation about banners the other night, and just getting that participation and people excited, having a buy local program, those are the type of initiatives they do, as opposed to simply saying, we've got a great downtown, come. It's helping make it a great downtown.
Didn't we have a conversation earlier about hiring a consultant to do this market analysis?
Yes, Des Moines.
And how does that overlap with
Well,
this?
and that was more broad. It was not just downtown focused. I mean, it was an element of the study, but Des Moines will be looking at the city in general as opposed to just the downtown area.
Okay, all right.
Director Roy, did you have some numbers for us?
Yes.
Okay.
So for salary and benefits, it would be $101,327, and then the additional $4,650 for the one-time cost of suiting that person with a desk and computer. So the total would be $105,977.
And what position would this be exactly?
That would be an economic developer.
Yeah, economic development specialist, which we currently have one on staff, and we've got the assistant director will be starting Monday. I'm happy to report.
Woohoo!
So we're starting to build capacity again.
Okay. Councilor Nagy.
I would just like to state again, the downtown manager was based on adopting the downtown Maine program, which is specific and is also, while it's economic development adjacent, it's specifically targeted at basically one street. And so,
That's fair, yes.
So again, I support an economic development position in order for you to have more resources until those other issues are addressed from all the other departments that we need them to be addressed by. Downtown Maine is a laudable goal, but not something that we're going to be reaching anytime soon. We can't even get wayfinding signage, so, okay, thanks.
Yes, Councilor Longchamps. Did you have something? No. Okay, yeah, I mean, at this point, we're going to be saving, what, approximately 60 grand if we go with our economic development specialist?
$105,976.
Right, but Main Street Program Manager is 161, right?
Oh, correct, yeah.
Yeah, so we're, all right, maybe a little less than 60 grand. Councilor Harriman, did you have something?
Yeah, I just, I think that difference is in the breakdown. They had $12,000 annual for a downtown office space, and then $50,000 for funding for planning studies, downtown TIF meetings, and Main Street applications. So that basically removes those two items, and then you get an economic development specialist.
Yep. Excellent. Yeah, at this point, so how do we feel about the administrative assistant for economic development? We're feeling good about that. And then, as outlined by Director Roy, the economic development specialist, how are we feeling about that? Or Josh,
Just really-
Councilor Nagy, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quickly, we also gave $50,000 or $50,000 was set aside by the code department to look at the TIF, so the downtown TIF. So that's that other $50,000 that's in there. It's in there twice, basically. I just want to say that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I fully support getting them more capacity in the form of this economic development specialist. How does the rest of the council feel?
We just did this.
Well, we did the administrative assistant.
And we did one that said the economic development edition.
We did one, but we did twice, sorry.
Well, if the councilor could please humor me, how are we feeling about this? Thank you. All right, it looks like we're moving forward on both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Jeffers, we appreciate it. Director Roy, did you have something?
Yes, so I just want to update you to where we're at before you start with the Public Works. You're now at $33.17, using the 90%. So you now have to remove $2,665,000 to get to the $32. Just want to keep that in mind.
Thank you,
The
Director
number
Roy.
again?
$2,665,906 to get to the $32.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Harriman, did you have something?
Before we start on Public Works, I just wanted to make sure the software that's under utility funds, we are considering that under fund balance. Is that correct?
So that would not be under our general fund balance. That would be
Right.
covered under water, sewer, and stormwater, and I did take a look at what their cash reserves were earlier when you guys started discussing covering the 17,005 from general fund. And they do have available funds if their estimate of where they're gonna end this year comes to where they are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have what, encampment cleanup contract, is that the first item for you, Director Gagne?
Whatever you'd like to start on.
It seems like the first one on the list for me.
Sounds good.
Please explain.
This is similar to what Auburn has been using. This would allow a contractor to come in for these encampments and take care of the entire cleanup. So right now, we do have some staff that are trained for downtown cleanup facilities to handle needles. Our open space crews do that. But it really pulls them off assignment if we've got a major encampment. Deputy Director Bates has some pictures, examples. We're talking about getting in their equipment. We're trying to pull things out of different spaces that are just difficult to get to. So this lowers our employee risk by contracting this out with a specialty contractor that does this work, has trained staff, is professional, and does that. So we can keep doing what we specialize in.
Okay. Administrator O'Malley, do we have the police chief still here, or I can't, maybe not? Okay.
No, he was confident in the director's ability to describe that position.
Correct. A quick question that I have, though. So we have cleaned up numerous camps across the city. So how are we doing on making sure the camps don't reappear and then like cleaning them up a second time?
I think the director could say if we've had to go on to clean up a second time. I don't believe we've had the locations be a repeat. Am I correct with that?
Deputy Director Bates can correct me, but I believe we haven't had the repeats, but it's been kind of a moving challenge. This contract would be similar to if we didn't utilize it, we didn't spend it. But this gives us the opportunity to leverage professional services to not put our employees at risk and get work done when we can focus on what we normally do and do a good job at.
Thank you, Director.
And I would be in support of that as well. I mean, the whole staff, if you look at the ranking from management, that was right up there in the top 3 of these encampments. Because I've been out to the encampments with the police, with Public Works, and yeah, this would be a needed service.
Understood. Councilor Glant.
I highly agree that it should be contracted. It would only take one workman comp case to eat up tons of money when somebody gets punctured through a glove or anything like that. So having an outside professional where our liability is minimized, I think it's a good choice.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with this amount, and I just wanted to ask, is this planning to be something that's in the budget every year, or would this be a one-time thing?
Right now, I'm expecting, if things change, we would ask to be putting this in the normal ops.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Councilor Najin.
Just to answer Councilor Harriman, I think that what we do might depend on whether or not we continue to fund these things and at what size, right? Like we have to figure out some supports in order to keep these things from happening.
Councilors are feeling good about this? Okay.
So just a thought on this, if it doesn't go annual this first time, if you wanted to look at funding it through fund balance this year, and then if it does end up being annual, then it would have to go in the budget. That could be a thought.
Okay. Thank you, Director Roy. Solid waste workers.
Yes. So there's 2 proposals in front of you. The first worker is adding complement to the working staff. We pull people from highway. to supplement when there's sick, somebody out, or workload, and we're still not able to keep up with, depending on the day and the activity and the season, what's going on at solid waste. So, we have people scaling in and out and dumping different recyclable or different materials. We've talked about in the past the slip line on Saturday mornings and different busy times. So it's busy, and we have, I think I was counting, we've got like 3 staff there. So depending on what's going on. So that's just straight up capacity and work. The second one is the actual ash hauler proposal. So this is adding a staff person that would be dedicated to hauling ash, which right now we're contracting out. Fiscal year '25 is estimated to cost us $191,000. So by adding this position, without a truck, using the truck that we have, we would be saving $93,000 per year.
This position could completely fulfill the contract that we're paying for now.
And I have John Kaczynski, who's here, to oversees that and be able to answer any questions that I can't, but that's what the expectation is right now.
Okay. Could you talk about the below-grade trash receptacles so we finish out solid waste?
Sure. So the below-grade receptacles, proposal is for 12 trash cans. These are actual package deal, 12 different locations. They are basically 8 feet tall, 5 feet buried below ground. Basically, we would be putting them in high-use locations. You come in with a piece of equipment, tamp down the trash. It looks like a normal trash can. I have some pictures if you want me to pass them out. What this does is it allows us to not be in the downtown emptying trash barrels all the time. Overflowing trash barrels, those type of things. We expect they would be emptied 1 time per season, and that large trash bag that is underneath would be brought to the solid waste facility and go into the municipal landfill. Okay, so we're not going to bring that to MWAC to be burnt. The other piece to this is there is some odor control in this these trash cans.
And these are one-time purchases that could possibly be...
It's a one-time purchase. The operational cost is the bags, and we would cover that in our operational cost. These cans have a 300-gallon capacity, reducing maintenance by 70%. And we would install these on our... So this is just a purchase. We would install them.
Okay. Director Roy, that could possibly come out of fund balance, given the description?
If it's a one-time purchase, yes.
Okay. And John, I apologize. Do you mind coming back up if you wanted to chime in about the ash hauler?
Just if you had any questions on that, or it's pretty basic. We haul ash from MWAC to the landfill. We do about 26 to 28 roll-off containers per week. For the contract, it's going to go up to $142 for each one. So that's estimated to be, based on a number of hauls, $191,000 roughly. And it's with a person and salary and benefits, it's going to be about a $90,000 savings if we don't we don't pay the contractor and just pay the employee.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes, Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 points. First, I'd like to ask questions on each item before we move on.
Yep.
And number 2, didn't we approve a truck already? Didn't they ask for a new truck, and did we already go through that list and say that was okay?
So that was on the list for the municipal garage to replace a truck.
Right, so we did already say that.
That was an older truck.
But that's a truck you're talking about that person would use?
Uh,
Or a truck. Obviously, you gotta give them the old one and keep the new one for yourself. I understand how that works.
Right. In fleet of trucks, right now, we have 2 trucks down, and the 3rd truck that's operational is actually there sitting, waiting to be loaded up with ash.
Okay.
So these trucks, we're having a difficult time trying to rent one. They're typically specialty trucks that trash contractors are using, and they're not normal in a rental fleet. So if we were to purchase a truck, roll-off trucks, $255,000, I believe John amortized that, so we would be saving $65,000 a year, factoring the cost of that truck over the life of the truck. So we're looking at $93,000 without buying a truck, saving $65,000 a year if we do buy a truck and add this person, not paying $191,000.
I guess I'm slightly confused. You are getting a truck, correct? We already went through that list and said you're going to have, that one truck is not going to be for this driver?
It's replacing a truck that's already over at MWAC they use.
And okay, so what's the driver going to do if he don't have his own truck?
In the past, the practice was our driver they only use that 3 to 4 times a day, otherwise it sits there idle. So we would go use it in the idle times during the working day. So we'd go there in the morning after they changed out the ash can, move the ash can to the landfill. Midday, the driver might move their ash can in and out of the thing and then finish up for the day. So it's still using that same truck. Ideally, an additional truck with leaving the old truck there, and then we'd have one truck running the ash, and then we have our other truck that takes all the waste material that we have and dispose them. We bring waste material to resource. We bring recycling over to the material recovery facility next door, and we bring our trash over to the MWAC.
So currently, we have a company who has their own truck and driver who does this all day long.
Yes.
We're going to hire a person to do it 2 or 3 times a day?
Well, it's going to be all day long, the same thing.
Okay. So the driver will be doing it all day?
Yes, but our driver would be doing the same thing that the contractor driver is doing,
Using our truck,
using our truck.
an old truck?
Well, hopefully we get a new truck. We're going to be ordering a new truck. It's going to take, 12 to 18 months.
Okay, so whenever the new truck shows up?
When the new truck shows up, yeah.
Okay, good. That's what my confusion factor was.
We'd
trying
still
to
be
figure-
using the old truck in the interim if you approve this now.
Okay, so he'll use the old truck till the new truck gets here, so he's not going to be standing around and waiting to do it?
Correct. We do have 2 trucks.
All right, good. I kind of thought that, but I just want to be clear. Thank you.
They have a whole system worked out. Further questions? Councillor Chittum.
Is this money for the contract in the budget so that it would be backed out when we
Yes.
when we
This
authorize?
would be a savings as far as a avoided cost. We're not generating revenue, we'd not be paying out expense.
Right, okay, thank you.
John, did you have something else?
No, I'm all set.
Councillor Najin.
And again, just to verify, so right now, the 191,000 is in the budget for this year. So if we approve
Correct.
this position, we can remove that 191,000 from the budget.
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
And right now, without the solid waste worker that you're requesting, not the ash hauler, but the other one, somebody comes over from highway to help occasionally, or?
Correct. Where is that one? So, in looking at that, there were 523 hours in FY '22, 261 hours in FY '23.
That highway helped out?
That highway helped out.
Yeah, okay.
So that's equivalent of 1/5 the hours that were open. Understanding, like I said, we do have a small team up there, so if we've got somebody out on injury, somebody out, it's depending on the year. Somebody's out sick, somebody injured, that time can go up or down dramatically, so.
One was 500 and the other one was what?
261 was the activity in FY '23.
Okay, and there's about 2,000 working hours in a year?
I was figuring about 2,500 hours,
Okay,
operation hours at that facility. This added person would also complement on the plowing. So right now, we've had to close the solid waste facility a couple times this year due to a plowing event because the staff we have up there were needed plowing streets, and we're not able to keep that facility open during these storm events. So adding one more person puts one more person on the plow team, either handle a team or B team slot.
Does it stand to reason that a lot of people are not visiting the solid waste facility in the middle of a blizzard?
In the middle of a blizzard, I would agree. However, if it's a normal winter and normal snow events, past winters, and I can't predict, but past winters, you get 2 or 3 storms a week with 4 to 6 inch each time, and it wears on people and their hours. So I'm just pointing out, we're going to use this person as every other Public Works employee and get out there and plow as well. So they're not just going to be waiting around in the drop-off area.
Right, yeah, no, I was simply making a point that people are likely not, the public would probably not know that it's not open during a blizzard because they're probably not going there. Councilor Harriman, did you have something?
Nope, I'm all set.
Okay, are we, any more questions about solid waste facility? And then at this point, below grade trash receptacles, we're gonna move that to the fund balance discussion. Okay. How do councilors feel about the solid waste worker?
Mr. Mayor, if we could go
Councilor.
down in order, starting with the equipment cleanup contract.
I believe we already did that.
Oh, okay, I
We
was
moved
asleep.
it to fund balance as a one-time.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to group the separate groupings in Public Works. Yes, that was moved to fund balance, thank you. Okay, solid waste worker. How are we feeling about this? So what is that? I guess we're moving that forward. And then the ash hauler seems like a no-brainer to me. Okay, that's going forward. And then we're gonna talk about the other item during our discussion about fund balance items. The garage.
Yes, so I have an update for you, talking with our fleet maintenance manager, Phil Brienza. The mechanic Class A, those 2 asks we'd like to push to FY '26. The reality is we're not seeing applicants. We're having a hard time, so we don't want to set aside funds and have vacant positions. We're working on some mentoring, and we're hoping to recruit people from programs in fleet maintenance. So our next 2 asks, mechanics temporary Class 1. Those are 22-week college students we're looking to get that are interested in that, interested in the program, come work for us seasonally and complement the municipal garage, get experience, and hopefully maybe pull them into a role in a full-time position once they graduate. The initial ask in this line item was $39,000 per position. That's actually $39,000 for both. So we are looking at part-time temporary. There's no benefits. At that unit price, we're paying, I think we're estimating more than minimum wage. It was a bit like $22 an hour. So 40 hours a week and for 22 weeks.
Like during the summer?
Actually, wintertime, I think, is when it was proposed, but it would be, if Phil wanted to speak to when you might be able to leverage use.
We're looking at the community colleges, and depending on the community college, the students would be here at different times of the year. They're not just, I think, Southern Maine, they would be here during the summer. If they came out of Central Maine, they would be here at a few week blocks around the course of the year. So that's why it's, it's just 22 hours, 22 weeks, because we're not sure exactly where the students would be coming from, so.
And we would be able to have work for them with this sporadic schedule? Like, it would, make sense? Like, we would be able to put them to work?
We'll take whatever we can get whenever we can get it.
Okay, fair enough, Phil. So just to clarify, so we basically have open mechanic positions that we can not fill at this time, so we don't need to add these 2.
Right,
Correct.
we have 1 frozen and 2 that are vacant. I mean, we've had open positions for 6, 7 years. And even if we were fully staffed, our mechanic to vehicle ratio is almost double all the other municipalities. They're in the 40s, we're 78. So we need more staff, and we can't fill the positions we have now. I mean,
These were for 2 additional positions, in addition to what we currently have on the TO, and that's why we feel we can't fill the positions we have. We don't want to ask for 2 more. It just doesn't make sense.
And then you could get 2 mechanics temporary class for $39.
Correct.
Okay. Councilor Najin?
Sorry. This is for Director Roy. Sorry. Is it possible that we can get a list of the vacant positions within the city, like all of the vacant positions and the funding that sits in those vacant positions?
In your book, looking to see if it has it. Probably doesn't have. It doesn't. I was hoping it would have on the side vacancies, but yes, I can get that for you.
Perfect. And just on the, on this temporary class 1 mechanic thing, have we done this before for any of the
No,
departments?
this is something we've been working on for like the last year, so we've, made the contacts at the schools, but now we need the funding to proceed with it. A lot of the other municipalities have been doing it for years. Scarborough and a few others have, been doing it, and they've had good results. And a few of the ones that they've hired, or the ones that they have hired, most of them have stayed.
Yeah, it certainly makes a lot of good sense. Like, I know LRTC sometimes works with CMMC in particular, but if we could get a main line into any of those things in order to get employees.
So we do have other summer student positions in highway and the utilities, and those summer students come in and do work for us where this was not in the normal budget. That's why it's a new service request.
Councilor Harriman, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think with the difficulty hiring, and especially attracting experienced mechanics, I think this could potentially be a good way to get some folks into those positions. If they come and work temporarily here, maybe they'll take one of those regular mechanic
That's what we're
positions.
hoping. I mean,
Yeah.
the biggest problem is our pay. We're $5 to $18 an hour out of whack for heavy equipment and, truck mechanics.
Just don't tell them that when they get here.
Yeah. No, Administrator O'Malley and I have been working with the union trying to rectify that end of it.
At this point, I think, all right, so I guess we have one item to, discuss here. Are we comfortable with this?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buildings.
I believe you've talked about buildings armory. This position would be added to complement for everything that the rec department does. They have expanded services. This position would support their efforts. Right now, we're estimating 85% of this staff person's time to be allocated to the armory, and 15% would be utilized in the rest of the building's management team. And then available for storms as well.
Can we just talk about all these positions?
Sure.
At this point?
Next position is the,
Councilor Glant, did you have something?
Yeah, I'd like to question them one by one if we could, so we don't have to group them together. They may have different job stuff.
Please, let's do that.
So-
All right,
so
I'm
what-
okay with that.
What is the job description for the person in the army? What do they do for their 85%?
This person, and Nicole Welch can talk, they're going to be serving the Recreation Department as a building services to help them with setting up.
Custodian?
No,
okay.
that's contracted out.
Okay.
Director Welch to the rescue here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the sidebar, though.
Yeah.
Not that you needed rescuing Director Turcotte.
He's doing a great job. So again, I talked a little bit earlier about how the department itself is expanding. We've been really capitalizing on the programming side of things, and we've been jumping more into the special events and rental sides of things, which is good because it's bringing more revenue in to the armory and to the city in general. But it's starting to tap on our full-time resources and a little bit of the building's crew itself. For example, tomorrow morning I get to go to the armory, lay out 70 tables, 180 chairs for our craft fair on Saturday. Again, just like reffing soccer games, I love it, it's great, but there are things like that popping up that we're trying to use the armory to its full capacity. But it's also taking away from other administrative time. Another conversation we've had is the curb appeal and the public presence of the building itself. I mentioned earlier that we're, heading up on 60,000 visitors at the Armory. We're being used twice in the last 6 months. We've had FEMA and SBA come, so we're drawing in a whole other audience there. We've had the LA Maples and the Bulldogs, which are semi-professional basketball teams. So with all these extra people coming in, the requests for like fixing doors, lights, setting up for all these special events, it's just starting to add and take a little bit of a toll. And Louis did mention there's like a 85-15% split. The 15% would definitely be towards extra election needs, helping to set up there, helping with snow plowing, and any other tasks that Louis and his team might need.
Okay, thank you. I have a better understanding. Thank you.
Further questions about this position? Do we want to thumbs up and down on these, or wait till the end? Okay, I guess we're doing it right now. What are we doing? It looks like it's passing. Systems Operation Coordinator.
So right now, we propose this as also a Buildings Division worker. Louis had explained, I think, in a couple of presentations ago, we have building systems that are being upgraded from analog into digital controls on HVAC, digital controls on access controls for doors to buildings and security. He has more cameras. He's also, his crew deals with parking garages. So we have cameras and gates and remote systems to be able to manage that. So this position really is to help Louis with a dedicated position, kind of looking at those systems and technologies and be able to work with the consultant and the contractors, making sure that things are integrated. And he's got somebody right now. He's similar as the fire department is. He's got a bunch of workers, a foreman, and him. So he's trying to manage all the different public buildings. So I'll if you want to add.
Yeah. No, I think Kevin covered just about everything. We're integrating a lot of new technology, security-wise, across the board. Kevin mentioned the parking garages. We're about to start working with brand new HVAC controls. All of this, we'd like to see more data, more return on investment, backup. And what I'm finding already at this point is it's very hard to keep up with that. Creating the SOPs, working with the department heads, pulling all that information together, getting it into the system, and then managing it. And then staying up with technology. It's easy to lose track of license renewals and those type of things. Yes.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you can take your existing staff and dedicate one individual to this position, which I know is asking you to cut somebody effectively, but what you're asking to do is add. I'm wondering if there's another alternative, that appreciating the complexity of some of these new control systems and the diversity of them. You talked about access points and HVAC and parking garages. Would it make sense to take an existing employee and dedicate one of your staff to that job?
That's what we're doing right now, currently.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
That's how we're getting by.
Okay,
And
thank you.
it's this position would fit in between myself and the building supervisor, who manages the day-to-day operations and 4 crew people. And wasn't necessarily in the job description.
So I might like to add, in talking with Louis and, the different, not only that, but he's also assisting with the police department move and different upgrades of different buildings. FEMA's come in and we've had, roof leaks on this roof and other issues. So Louis says he's getting by, but I've talked to him about his stress level. He's trying to manage those systems and nothing's falling down. He's not dropping any balls, and they're doing a great job, but most of his crew are doing boots on the ground items. They're impacting real office space, workspace, public space. They're being storm responsive during winter and power outage and those things. So we're coming into the summer season where we've load shifted and gone off regular line power and operated off from generators. All that is coordination it's his small team. So, asking more for less. So I appreciate his saying he's getting by, but I think we're reaching a point where he's gonna have a bunch of data at him. We're also trying to leverage Beehive and those data systems. We're trying to get interns and engineering staff to help support him in that role. So he's got a lot of data coming at him, and most of his field crew are doing the best with the data systems that they have. So I think this is kind of a specialty niche.
Further questions or comments about this position? Councilor Najin.
In these processes, data was mentioned several times. Is there going to be, like, I understand that we're talking about, access to technologies in order to basically make things more secure and more efficient. But I guess the question is, like, is that data, does that help us in any other way? Like, can we use it for other things? Like,
It might be more evident when you look at HVAC control systems and building automation, which we've purchased already in a energy conservation program that we started this past year. So when you start bringing that in and trying to keep track of the data, compare it, show a return on investment, try to project forward for budgeting purposes, that's where it all starts to come out. It's not so much when you look at access controls, and swipe cards, as it is with energy management.
thank you.
What is your department or team? So there's you and there's who else?
David Socher, who's our building superintendent, and then you have 3 full-time staff, and I have 1 part-time.
Thank you. Further questions about this position? And how does the council feel about it? Are we, what are we doing? I think we're getting it, are we? Or no? No, wait.
No.
No,
3 up.
okay, thank you.
All right, next we have the Buildings Division Custodian for PD. This is a dedicated staff person to the new police department over in Mill Number 7. This new facility is 50% larger than the 2 buildings that they're replacing. This is, to support the police department. They're operating 24/7. I'm going to let Louis chime in on some of the other details, but I can say that having dedicated staff focused on the operations and cleanliness, especially with 24-hour operations, is very helpful. We do that at our drinking water facility, and where you can. I've got crews that are coming in with muddy boots and everything else. That's different. We can. It's a different level of cleaning. So I'll let Louis. You guys ask questions.
Yeah. So currently, we contract out the custodial services for the police department, and historically, it's been a very low number of hours. If I remember correctly, it's about 4 hours per day, and it's not meeting it. And I think they've been patient with the process. And when this transition came up to the new building, they spoke out pretty loudly, the police department staff did. And talking with the chief, they unanimously would love to have a full-time person that was on city staff so that they could have that control, the person could get to know the people and everything else. The other part, the big part is this is, we're going for full-time. And that's because the new police department buildings will be 50% larger than what they have. It's going to be about the same square footage as City Hall and the library, which starts to make the price comparable to what we're asking for. They're also 24/7 operation, full-time, and a lot more showers, bathrooms, more activity.
So what I'm hearing you is, we need to consider the cost of the contract of what it would be to clean the new police station, and
Yes.
then compare that to here. And then what did we estimate that it would be to clean the new police station? You said it was comparable?
I think the total, we're looking at about 70,000. I don't have it totaled up here, but.
For cleaning services now?
So,
Currently?
no, I'm asking about what it would be at the new station. Around 70?
Yeah, about 70,000.
Okay, so this is really an increase of perhaps maybe around 20, if we're looking at it that way. Because if we didn't fund this position, the police station still needs to be clean, and that's the number we'd be using.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Chittum?
Thank you. Is there money in the budget now for cleaning the halftime police station, current police station?
Yes.
That number would go away then?
Correct.
And what is that number?
Is that it?
No. I apologize, don't have the contract number in front of me. It would be a little bit of a guess for about 36,000 a year right now.
Okay, so we're looking at 36,000 now, which would go away, which means that we're looking at, where are we, 84. It's too late in the day, 91, 50, thank you, Counselor. So 56,000 differential that would be added. But we're also talking about the potential for contracting police station cleaning for 70,000, if I heard that correctly.
If I may. So I think it's costing us, what, 36 right now at our current facility?
Yes.
When we move to the new facility, it would cost us 70. And, yeah.
I may have misspoke. It's going to be closer, I calculated out, the budget number that I was given by the contractors was $40 an hour. 38 hours a week, 52 weeks comes up to $80,000. That's them supplying materials and equipment.
Okay, so if they do turnkey for 80,000, why would we spend 91,000 to assume the responsibility ourselves?
This is more control over the position.
Councilor Chittum, if I might.
Administrator O'Malley.
It's been about 2+ years since I've left there. The amount of cleaning that's done now is not sufficient. If you've gone into that building, the showers, the building itself, it's just because it's a 24/7 operation. And we need, and I appreciate Bert, who does the work, and his folks, but what happens is people cycle in and out of there, and you need to have somebody dedicated when there's spills, when there's, it takes a lot. And we used to have a full-time person assigned to that police station. That position was cut. I think that was prior to Louis being here, but that building is in desperate need, and that's going to continue when they move into the new building.
But Administrator O'Malley, isn't this a contractual matter? I mean, if we stipulate the level of cleanliness and the attention to detail, and we can do that for 80,000, I fail to understand why we'd want to spend 11,000 more.
I can understand that, but it's a matter of getting someone who actually will fill that contract, and then it's the work product that it goes up and down in terms of the cleanliness. And once you have years of it not being cleaned, it's very difficult where you have to actually, deal with the issues that the police department get on a regular basis from, which is a lot different. It's a lot different than cleaning an office building. You have a lot of other different hazardous materials that go in there, if you know what I'm talking about.
Well, I do. I just had a tour of the police department, thanks to Tyler, Sergeant Michaud, very informative.
Did he take you into the locker room?
He took me into one of the locker rooms.
Yeah.
I wasn't very comfortable there.
I'm sure you weren't.
But again, it boils down to if we can contract this and find a contractor, and maybe that's the problem, find a contractor who can do the job to the extent that we agree in a contract, then I don't understand why we would assume that contract is always negotiable and potentially voidable. But if we hire somebody at $91,000 this year, that's going to be $95,000 next year and $100,000 a year after that. So I guess I still need to be convinced that adding an employee is wiser than contracting the service, providing the contracting is done appropriately, obviously.
Additional bureaucracy.
Councillor Longchamps.
Okay.
If I'm understanding it correctly, so rather than contracting it out, the police station wants to hire their own, right?
Correct.
Is that like security reasons and just because they'll have that one regular person doing it?
Yeah, that is my understanding, yes.
Yes.
Makes sense. It makes sense to me. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Gallant.
I agree with adding a new position. I think continuity as well as security and background checks. I hate to tell you, I've worked with a lot of contractors, and they're paying somebody minimum wage if we're lucky to do the work, and they're gonna take whatever they can up the street, and every day you could have somebody different who doesn't clean at the same expertise. This way here, the police chief and his crew can make sure this person hones things into the way they want it by working with the boss, and I would support this highly simply for safety reasons and continuity.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head, Counselor Gallant. It's going to be a lot more consistent, and it's what, now 80 grand a year?
Actually, working with Director Roy, we just looked at our line item. I believe we carried an updated price for the new square footage. In the current FY25 budget line item ask, it's 93,000 plus some additional cleaning. So we're covering 99,000 right now for contracted cleaning services in the FY25 budget request. It wasn't a new item because we were looking for a larger space, and that's the item that is currently carried in your budget item. Okay.
Okay. So how?
So what you have before you is a new service request to hire a new position, and that position is 70,000 totally.
I guess, can someone please explain to me how it went from 70 to 80 and now like 99 in the span of like 15 minutes?
Well, when we put the budget together in December, those were numbers. So, and based on the current price of what we're paying, this is
Then
what we're
what
seeing
was
for the
the
facility.
70 and 80 I just heard a second ago? Like,
The 70 is what we're requesting for that position to.
We didn't include fringe. So on our new budget sheet that you're looking at, I think Director Roy correctly put it on there. So if you look on your page 18 of the new budget request book, okay, so I'm using an old sheet, so I apologize. That's on me. $91,144 is the including fringe and benefits for the ask, and that's on your budget sheet in 18.
and then what is the contract price to clean the new police station?
We
What is that
estimated,
number?
we estimated it included in the budget request, so it's in your bottom line of $99,604.
That's a staff estimate? Is that backed up by an estimate from the vendor?
That is what Louis and his staff put together, and we put in the budget request back in December and January.
How did you arrive at that?
Mr. Mayor?
1 second, Councilor Chittum. Director Turcotte?
That was based on the budget of $40 per hour for the staff.
Okay.
And materials.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Chittum?
Yeah, I don't think it matters how it was estimated. The fact is that it's in the budget now. And if we approve the $91,000 additional hire, then we're actually looking at an $8,000 reduction in our total cost.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions about this position?
No.
Are we moving forward? Thank you.
One more question.
Wait, who has a question?
I was wondering what the salary was, but it was 70,000 before fringe? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, we made it. What's public bathrooms and parking garage?
Yes. So we talked about the other night about the public bathrooms.
Oh, yes.
We would have the bathrooms pumped out by a contractor, however, and we were assuming that would be based on usage one time per year. However, the cleanliness of the bathroom facilities, whether there are 1 or 7 as proposed, would be, I'm looking for the right form. Right here. We have 7 locations proposed, so if we got 1, this position's job description would be to clean that facility. Time spent would be focused on that as their primary goal, and then when they weren't doing that, they would complement the building maintenance crew to do the other duties that they do. If you were to install all 7, then that person's time would be primarily spent going to each of the bathrooms throughout each day, making sure that they were clean. So what the balance of that is, we will utilize that position. You've heard the workload. Existing staff to pick up one public bathroom is not we're not available to do that, I guess, with current staff and current workload. So this is the ask.
Councilor Harriman?
I would just suggest, I guess just for expediency, it sounds like we're probably going to approve at least one bathroom when we go through that list. So we might as well just put this in the budget, and then once we review that list again, if we decide to not fund any bathrooms, then we could just take this out.
The other,
Director Gagne.
one update, Deputy Director Bates had called and checked with Portland. There was a question of how many did they start with. They started with, I believe, 3 of these type of metal, stainless steel container underneath for a single pump out. They currently have 18, I believe. So they have other public bathrooms available. Some of them are in buildings and other types of locations, but they started with 3 of these styles, and they currently have 18. So.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. We'll just conditionally approve this based on our discussion later about bathrooms. Good with that? Okay. And let me see, are we talking about utility funds now? Director Roy, what were you saying earlier about project management software?
So we're looking at the general fund to cover the $17,500. The portion of water, sewer, and stormwater, I went in and looked at their performer to make sure that they would have enough cash to cover their portion, because if we're not gonna fund this through some other form of like a bond or it needs to go in their own account. So I wanted to confirm that they would have those funds to cover that $17,500.
Councilor Chittum?
Is this an annual subscription or an outright license purchase?
So the first one is a purchase of the software, and then the annual will go in next year into the budgets.
Do we know what the annual is?
Right now, we're estimating $30,000 a year based on a quote.
Okay, and what does this project, we talked briefly about this project management software previously. This is not a SCADA system. This is helping those 3 divisions, and is this being shared with Public Works as well, Director Gagne?
So this project management software, we looked at probably a dozen different softwares over the last couple of years. This is the 2nd year of asking for this software. We've had new staff that's changed in engineering. What we've seen in that shift has been filing has been, in the right location, but we have a new staffer coming in saying, where's that contract? Where's that PO? Where's the change order? Where are those items? Where's the design? So you have new staff coming in trying to get up to speed. You have City Engineer Jeff Boley trying to manage those projects, and we were talking earlier about critical path. So this project management software is actually for all of Public Works. So theoretically, it could be used for building maintenance, water and sewer projects that in that division. Right now, I know that John Kaczynski's had use of this to be able to use for our solid waste and our trash collection. It's that big of a project with different facets, with certain timelines, contractual and otherwise, your time to be able to get in front of you, and all of those things funnel into a plan and when we can implement. So when you have a change of position, you have a change. So some of what we talked about is multi-year funding. One difficult thing we have is after this budget process is we're going to have a list that's called fund balance. and there's no real dedicated account for that. Let's say it's 50,000, we got 50,000 to spend that. This project management software will actually help us track those, and not just in an Excel spreadsheet and a PO. We're doing a lot of things manually, and they're doing a great job. We have, ethical, qualified, conscientious staffers, but we're doing a lot of different work. This software does incorporate, we're looking to get a demo. Our current assistant city engineer has been looking at this and believes that I'm still here asking this for the team. I asked early on, I said, look, if we don't want this, if there's something else that we could do, one option we have is the Microsoft Office projects. It's cheaper, dramatically less, but at that $70,000 of first year is stand up. It's customizing it to our workflow, to our softwares we're looking to integrate, to the projects that we use. So we've got, I think we're looking at $50 million a year we're trying to manage in projects between MDOT, federal highway, local paving. Right now we're dealing with FEMA. So we're working with Ralph Lenfesti here, who's great at accounting, but we're trying to manage all these different, we took one storm, multiple sites, and somehow I think we've got like 9 projects that we need to keep track of on how we're filing these things. This software would do that. We talked about savings, how much savings. We've asked that question of the vendor, and typically they really customize it in a proposal with the client, knowing our specifics. So they did not come back and give us a rate of return on investment type number. They can do that, but they'd like a little bit of work and spend a little time with us before they do that.
Yeah, I mean, Microsoft Project for this is going to be a joke. That's not even like an option, so.
I'm leery of saying, when a software says they'll integrate with Tyler, I'm not flinching anymore, but there's a reason. I've had more gray hairs trying to integrate with Munis or Tyler with multiple software packages. That is not the expectation. It would be great, and our MIS department and our finance department do a great job. It's the software. They are siloed and protected so heavily as a financial software. That would be very positive thinking to say that they could do that. I'm not expecting that. But the benefit that we would have to track on the finances, to track on the timeline, to track on all the critical path, multiple agencies with the staff changes, we're still here asking for the software. I will say that, if I could fund it and throw it all on a utility enterprise fund, I would do that. However, the water division is very clear in that water enterprise that can't be used for tax dollars. So we're using general fund tax dollars for paving projects and other projects. So, we broke it out 25% for each of the general fund and then the 3 stormwater, the 3 utilities. So that seems very equitable and passes the straight face test.
Councilor Chittum?
Yeah, where's the public works share of the 1/4 of this?
That's coming out of the engineering piece, which would be the general fund, which actually is coming, in the past, it's coming out of MIS.
So has that already been budgeted in the operating budget?
So it's one software package, but you see it as 4 lines on page 18, because there's 4 funding sources. So under MIS, you see project management software, $17,500.
Yes.
If you look at the bottom of the page, you see utility funds, it's the same software, each for $17,500.
Right, okay, thank you.
That gives you your 70.
All right. Does this integrate with other utilities, bless you, like FEMA and MDOT? Do they have a similar package, or will it be a way for this program to talk with them?
So, depending on what the organization is using, we may not want to integrate with DOTs. FEMA is using whatever we use. We're submitting their forms. However, several contractors in the area are using Procore, and this will integrate with Procore. So, we are trying to leverage what local vendors, consultants are using. We've checked around with some of them. some of the basic and less expensive software packages are very limited. They're either a task management software, they're a front-end request, software companies have some, we've evaluated, like I said, over a dozen of them. We end up, the two that we're kind of settled on is one which is a heavy lift to stand up, which is the Microsoft Office package, and the other one is this one. And I've asked, Jeff can chime in, but I've asked his staff, and I've looked at it. Louis Turcotte would be utilizing this. We're still here asking because we still think it has value.
So I presume that next year we'll be looking at a quarter of the 750, you said $30,000 a year is licensing?
Correct.
Okay, so.
Divided by 4.
1,750 each year in each, 3 in the enterprise and 1 in the public works is ongoing operational costs.
It would be 30 divided by 4.
Yeah, 1,750. No, 17,000. No, I'm sorry. It's too late in the evening. These meetings are running way too long.
$7,500.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. But my point is that this would be an operating cost then divided by 4 different funds.
Correct. MIS has typically carried all of the costs for software, and then water, sewer, and storm, we typically carry those in a 60700, 62. It's a software account in the enterprise. So you'd see 4 different budget line items, all with a quarter of the annual fees.
Right, but 3 of them then come from the enterprise funds.
Correct.
General tax revenues only account for a quarter of that annual licensing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Najin.
I was ready to do some thumbs.
All right, yeah, how do we feel about this? Yep, okay, moving forward. Say goodbye to your spreadsheets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
We are just...
Are we, we need to possibly go over moving some of these items to fund balance, but how does the council feel? Are we ready to call it a night? Councilor Gallant?
Do you have a running total, Director Roy, so far?
So far, with 90% revenue sharing, we're at $33.29, which means to get it down to $32, you need to get rid of $2,954,610.
So my question is, that doesn't include the red building or the bathrooms, which we put aside, correct? So you would have to add another 700.
That's in fund balance, I believe.
So
Yeah,
It's
so
a
that's-
different pot of money.
Together. Okay, I want to make sure that wasn't part of this.
So the increase in the rates, the city would see 71 cents. Of course, the school's at $2.39, and the county's at 19 cents. So we're considerably lower than the schools.
Yes, Councilor Chittum?
Yeah, I will remind everyone that we haven't set aside 1 penny for any kind of shelter.
Correct
answer. Do we want, are we packing up? Or do we? Are we?
I have a list here of projects that we had agreed, I thought, to go into fund balance.
Yes, so we have the, let me see, bottom cameras, digitizing department property records, below-grade trash receptacles, community sporting equipment. Yeah, do we have any concerns about any of that moving to fund balance?
May I read those again?
Yeah, body cameras. This is planning code enforcement. Body cameras, digitizing department property records.
If you could slow down, Mr. Mayor, so I could find my place, I'd appreciate it.
Planning and code.
Okay, we had already put project management software into fund balance, the 3rd item down.
Yeah, was that? Yes, that was coming out of fund balance.
And parking management services?
Correct.
Fund balance?
Yes.
40,000.
Body cameras?
Well, 40,000 for the deputy fire chief, for the vehicle.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Right, okay.
Then body cameras, the digital,
Yep.
The encampment,
Yep.
the below-grade trash receptacles,
Yep.
the community sports equipment,
Yes.
that should be it.
Yeah.
So with that being said, with those added into fund balance total is $5,557,478, which that gets you, if you're gonna use 10% of fund balance, you still have $751,844 to use for fund balance.
Thank you, Director.
Really quickly, on the bonded pieces, like, where are we at there?
Okay, so on the LCIP, let me get back to that sheet. So on the LCIP, I adjusted the school down to $1,000,004. We are currently at $9,937,204, which if you want to get to the 100%, that a couple counselors mentioned the other night, you would have to still cut $1,290,232.
Thank you. Okay. At this point, are we calling it a night?
I would just ask Director Roy, in all of your spare time, could you provide that information to us in writing or via email well before our next meeting, which I understand is going to be on Tuesday, whatever month and year we're in now.
Administrator O'Malley, can you provide that date to
April.
us?
That would be Tuesday, April 30th.
Tuesday, April 30th. All right, thank you. I was going to go to Florida, but I guess I'll stick around.
Councilor Najin, did you have something else?
Yeah, Director Roy, just to be clear, you had said that we still have in fund balance just shy of $1 million if we stay at the 10%, or no?
700
Well,
something, right?
751,000.
751,000.
That would get you to the 10%.
And that, okay, and can anything from the LCIP be moved in there?
Yeah, that was gonna be.
You can move $751,000 to keep it at that point, to keep it where the 10%, which is what I would recommend.
Councilor Harriman?
So I was going to say the same thing about moving things from the LCIP to the fund balance. I also wondered if we could just get some direction for Tuesday. So we're going to go over the fund balance items and LCIP items, and then hopefully button everything up.
With any luck.
Okay.
So is there any thought that you're going to want the school department here? Are there thoughts of reducing that $2.39 from the school?
Councilor Najin?
Personally, I think they've done a good job of cutting that down, and it goes to referendum, so.
Councilor Harriman?
Yeah, I think we've already cut their LCIP ask. I think it's fine where it is.
Councilor Glant?
Thank you, Mayor. And I would say to my fellow councilmen, you should be considering 33, not 32, make our lives a lot easier. Half of us almost agreed to 33 the first time, so we ought to try to walk in on Tuesday and determine 32 or 33 first, and then go to work.
Yes, Councilor Chittum?
Well, I half agree with my colleague to my left. A 32 or a 33 is an arbitrary number. I'd like to see it stay at 30. We can't do that, but I don't think that we need to say, well, $32.12 is too much. We're going to figure out where to get 12 cents down. I think we need to be sensible about this with the goal of keeping the taxes as low as possible. I'd like to aim for 32, but I'm certainly not going to veto anything or vote against anything simply because it takes us 12 cents over that goal. So setting an arbitrary goal of 32 or 33 just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, as long as the intent is to keep the burden on the taxpayer as low as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Najin?
One thing that I think before we walk into Tuesday night's meeting, if we could just check with all departments, including the school department, to see if there's anything else that they thought that they might want to remove. And then also double check all the accounts that have some funding, just to make sure that we've got everything everywhere. And again, that list of unfilled vacancies, I'd like to just look at it for sure.
Just to be clear, Councillor Najin, are you asking departments to make voluntary cuts?
No, I'm asking everybody to triple check everything, even though I'm sure they've been doing it while they've been sitting here for hours waiting to talk to us. But just to make sure.
Have you all been triple checking? Councillor Ehrman.
I just wanted to, well, first, thank all of our staff for their patience here these many nights, and also just see if we can coordinate as to which staff members need to come on Tuesday, based on...
Well, based on the comments I'm hearing right now, we're going to need all of them because we don't know what we're going to cut, and I totally agree with Councilor Chittum, but also realize if we don't have a number that we're aiming for, we don't know how much we have to cut from where. So, I mean, you've approved almost everything but 2 or 3 items on the new programs and services, which is terrific, and we can provide more services to the community. However, we've just increased what we have to reduce to get to 32. But if, as Councilor Gallant says, if we want to go to 33, then we have an idea of what we want to cut. So I'm kind of lacking a little direction from you folks of where we want to head with this, so I guess I will have all the department heads here, and as you go through what you want to get rid of, we'll have them here if you have questions for them.
I think, even though I know the department heads have been incredibly gracious, and I appreciate their service over this budget cycle, yeah, I mean, it's going to be impossible to know what we're going to be talking about. And then it's going to be helpful in the moment to have a department head here to ask a question rather than wait till a next meeting that's not currently scheduled past Tuesday, and then we have the school budget referendum bearing down on us. So, did someone else raise their hand here?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, one second, Councillor Chittum. Councillor Soul, do you mind using your microphone?
Tuesday's a city council meeting, correct?
No.
No, it's the
Our next scheduled city council meeting is May 7th.
Tuesday.
Oh.
The month.
We're going to have a...
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Then we have more than an hour.
Councillor Chittum.
Yes, to Administrator O'Malley's point, I would posit that we target 32. That would be the target. Councilor Gallant disagrees with me, but I guess if the council wants to pick a number so that we have something to shoot for, that sounds to me as though that would help Director Roy and Administrator O'Malley. So I'm voting for 32.
Me too.
Yeah, Councillor Longchamps, did you have something?
Yeah, I just think we should definitely vote tonight on a number. It seems as though from Director Roy and our city administrator that would be the smart move, and they're pretty experienced.
Administrator O'Malley, are you saying that we could start the meeting knowing what number, or you need to know now?
You need to know now.
It would not be now, so Director Roy can give you some options, so she'll have a couple days to say, okay, what do you have to
Crank
cut, and kind
through
of get some of
everything.
your bigger numbers for you, so she can offer you some options on Tuesday.
Director Roy, how far are we off from 32?
Currently, right now, you are at 3329.
Sorry, but
$1.29.
what would the amount we would need to cut
The
to?
amount is $2,954,610. And if
$3
you're
million.
looking to do that all from city side, I just caution that because we're already just at 71 cents increase. So that would bring us way below even having an increase. And the school still having a $2.39 increase.
Right, okay, thank you. Yes. Councillor Najin.
So to verify, everything we've done to this point, we're saying it's just a 71-cent increase on the city side?
We were originally at, hold on, yes, so everything we've done is a 71 cent, because we increased the revenue sharing to 90%. So with that revenue increase and the increase for the revenue for the investment and the increase for the motor vehicle excise. So we increased 3 revenues to offset some of the increases.
Gotcha. I'm comfortable with 33 in that case.
A quick question here for Councilor Harriman, who serves on the school committee. I wholly support our school system. My kid is, I think I'm the only one on the council who has a child in public school. I'm sorry?
I do.
Oh, you do? Oh, well, there you go. Thank you. Two of us. What is the, in your estimation, what is the likelihood that any money could be saved in the school department budget to bring it down from, what is it, $2.39?
It was $33.29.
No, the school went up.
So to bring it down to $33 if everybody votes for 33.
What is the school
29.
department's increase?
School department is,
Their increase is $2.39.
yes, okay, thank you. And then what, could that be a discussion that could be had over at school admin, or what are your thoughts on that, Councilor Harriman?
If the budget that was presented to the city council was to be changed, the school committee would have to take action to do that. They've already, the superintendent's budget was already cut from what departments asked for, and then the school committee made several cuts, and so I think it would be difficult to find more to cut.
Thank you for that. I think 32 at this point is probably unrealistic, but where's everyone else at?
So, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Are we saying then that if there's no increase on the city side whatsoever, and we have no control over the county, then the tax would be $32.29, the mill rate?
33, sorry, playing with the numbers. $33.29 if we leave as is right now.
If we have zero increase on the municipal side,
Oh, okay, sorry. We'd have to get rid of 71 cents.
to get to,
If you want 0 on the city side.
all right, but let me ask the question a different way. I've just heard that the school department is increasing the tax rate by $2.39.
And the county is 19, so it's 258.
$2.58. So with zero increase on the city side, we're looking at a $32.58 as a mill rate. So 32 then is an impossible dream.
Correct. We would have to cut.
We'd have to go down.
We'd have to fire people.
And with the lack of control we have over salaries,
Right.
lack of control we have over insurances, the lack of control we have over debt service, we have $1 million in the budget, and I'm making this number up, that we can actually have any control over. So, all right, well, I'm frustrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Chittum.
So can we have a consensus to,
33.
We're at 33.
33 sounds
We're at
great for me.
33.19 right now.
33?
I don't want it, but.
And we're at 33.19 right now?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about,
We're at 19 cents.
Right.
and what is that, 19 cents?
29 cents? We're at 33.29.
We're at 33.29, okay. And, yeah,
Well, that's
So-
what I'm trying to figure out, but it's playing around with the,
we'll let you figure that out.
yeah. So I'm just gonna put this out here too, is we need, because where we're gonna be at, we're gonna be over the CPI, which is explained to you in the budget message in the budget book. So we will be over, so it will need a super majority vote of 5 councils when this budget comes to you. So just be aware of that. If 5 people don't vote for the budget, we cannot do it because it's gonna go over the CPI.
No absences, please. Councilor Chittum.
What is the consumer price index that we're using?
2.6.
I checked it today. Now, what's the period on that?
We use the December, so we
Okay.
use the, correct.
All right. We have a little more wiggle room if we can use today's, month to month. It's 3.5
Right,
as
but
of
they
the end of
use
this
the-
month.
They use the December.
Is that a rule, a policy, charter?
I'd have to read what it says in the charter rule. It's in the charter.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Counselor Najin?
I would just also throw out that the budget did not increase from the city side last year at all. And so if you factor in the inflation for the past 2 years and the fact that all the CARES Act and all of the other pieces that were out there for like home ARPA, all those other things that we were basically borrowing from in order to run the city. Yeah. Just- Exactly.
So, again,
Counselor Gallant, you are
Yeah,
now
sorry.
recognized. Please use your mic.
thank you, Mayor. Director Roy, so did we get our 29 cents
I'm still,
working on? Okay, good.
I had to like erase what I had.
Thank you all
You
so
could-
very much, folks.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
I would propose, by the
You
way,
could
that-
just email us that in the meeting, or email us that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're ready to close out here.
Send all the numbers to
Counselor Najin, did you have something else?
If we're looking at cutting 29 cents,
Why? Okay, all right, Counselor Najin.
if we're looking at cutting 29 cents, I would just propose that maybe we don't need to have any staff other than the ones that have to be here on Tuesday.
It's a little different now that we've gotten to that, so that's why I told them all to leave.
Right. I mean, we're bound to have some questions as we decide what to cut.
We've asked we went line by line on the budget, and we've also had several presentations on it. I think that at this point, between the director and the administrator, they could probably fill us in on just about anything if we forgot it.
I feel comfortable not having them all here now that we realize it's 29 cents, so we're probably looking, my math may be close to $900,000, but I'd let the director answer that question.
75.
Right, okay. And we're, 6 on Tuesday?
That is, yes, we would plan
just
to have
starting
a
at
6
6?
o'clock workshop.
Okay. All right. Are we ready to call it a night, counselors? Okay.
Yes, please.
I was just going to say, anything else, Counselor Najin? All right. Lewiston, have a wonderful evening. Director Roy, thank you. Administrator O'Malley, thank you. Counselors, thank you. We will see you all back here on Tuesday.